We'll
This
hold a regular
conference
meeting.
will now be recorded.
This is the regular meeting of the City of Lago Vista. Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council will hold a regular meeting on Thursday, July 15th, 2021 at 5:30 via GoToMeeting as prescribed by VTCA Government Code 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. I call this meeting to order at 5:30. Ms. Barton, please note that council members Sullivan, Weatherly, Prince, and I are in attendance. We don't have Councilor Williams, Mayor Tidwell, or Council Member Marion. So please note that those council members are present, and those that are not present are also shown to be absent at this time. Executive session. We convene into executive session pursuant to section 551.071, advice of counsel, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel, section 551.087, economic development, Texas Government Code in section 1.05, Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel, and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item as needed. And we convene into executive session at 5:32.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry. We reconvene from executive session at 6:05. We reconvene into open session at 5:30. I mean at 6:05. I'm sorry. We reconvene to act as deemed appropriate in city council decision regarding to take any necessary action regarding any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item. And we're going to recess at 6:05 to return at 6:30.
Are we good there, Aaron, with the microphone problems and all?
I think I was able to pull from the audio. We were reconvened at 6:05. We're going to recess until 6:30. I think we've met our legal requirement to provide the information. There was no action taken out of executive session. And so any action that'll be taken will have to be with regard to the agenda item discussed when we come back at 6:30.
Am I missing anything procedurally?
No, sir, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll address that at 6:30. We're in recess right now.
Thank you. See you all at 6:30.
This conference will
All right.
now be recorded.
I'm going to repeat my apologies. My internet went out at home, and so I rushed to City Hall. I made it here in 5 minutes. I was going 45 miles an hour, but I got here. All right. So we move into the regular meeting agenda. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. flag and the Texas flag. So if you'd please join me, I'm going to stand up and recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. We pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. I hope I did well there because I did that from memory. All right. We're going to move forward so that we can discuss citizen comments. I have several people that have signed up for citizen comments. Several of them had to do with agenda items that are already on the agenda. So I'm going to let you speak to those agenda items as they come up. What I'd like to do now is to move into citizen comments. Citizen comments in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. I'll start with the rules of procedure. Purpose. It is the desire of the City Council to hear from the citizens of Lago Vista and to stimulate discussion and offer a forum for cordial and meaningful public debate on matters that are properly a concern of the City Council. The following rules shall control and govern audience comments. Rules for governing citizen comments. A maximum of 30 minutes will be devoted to receiving comments from the public on each agenda item. Each speaker is limited to one presentation per meeting and a maximum time limit of 3 minutes on any item except for public hearing items. No individual may address City Council without submitting a speaker card at least 5 minutes prior to the beginning of the meeting. The card must clearly state the subject or issue on which the citizen wishes to speak. If the subject matter does not pertain to city business, the mayor shall advise the individual and/or make recommendations as to how they may get the issue addressed. The mayor can consider comments from citizens that did not submit a request as time permits. Citizens speaking on agenda items shall restrict their comments to the subject matter listed. Citizens speaking on non-agenda items shall speak only on matters pertaining to city business on issues which the council would have the authority to act upon if brought forth as an agenda item. Council may not act upon or discuss any issue brought forth as a non-agenda item except to make a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, or a recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry. Any deliberation of a decision about the subject of the inquiry shall be limited to a proposal to place the subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. Proper respect and decorum and conduct shall prevail at all times. Impertinent, slanderous, or personal attacks are strictly prohibited, and violators may be removed from the council chambers. No placards, banners, or signs may be displayed in the council chambers or city hall. Exhibits relating to a presentation are acceptable. Arguing, intimidation, or other disruptive behavior is prohibited. Discussion and/or debate are acceptable only on items specifically listed on the agenda. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping the feet, applauding, whistles, yells, or any type of disruptive behavior is prohibited. Applause of appreciation may be acceptable when recognizing a significant event or achievement. The council meetings are the workplace to carry out the business of the city of Lago Vista. Therefore, any conduct that could constitute harassment in the workplace is prohibited. In all cases, the mayor shall preside over the council meeting and ensure that proper conduct and decorum is adhered to. I have several requests to speak, and I'll recognize those people to speak on the items that they have asked to speak on. I would like to point out, though, that the three people with whom that actually I have four people that submitted requests to speak. They are all on agenda items, so I will wait to listen to, or to hear their statements when we get to that point. Items of community interest. Before I get to those items, I would like to make a couple of statements. First of all, today, all of Lago Vista shares my sentiments, I'm sure, as I'm pleased to welcome our new city manager, Tracy Labica. Please join me in giving Ms. Labica a warm Texas welcome. Yesterday was her first day.
Tracy.
Thank you.
Glad to have you. We're all excited.
Yesterday was her first day on the job, and I believe city staff is excited about rolling up their sleeves and going to work for her. Thank you very much for the applause. Ms. Labica, would you please introduce yourself and share some thoughts that you may have about our beautiful city, Lago Vista?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Council. So I am born and raised in Texas. I left for 2 years and was in the beautiful state of Arizona in the Northern Mountains. And I am extremely glad to be back in Texas for many reasons. Lago Vista is one of those places that really touched my heart. I saw the community interest and engagement, and I really liked everything that they had to offer as far as opportunity. And the citizens that I have met thus far have been absolutely outstanding. So I also had the pleasure of meeting with several of the employees during the process and just felt like these are individuals that really have the tenacity to make the community and the organization better. And so I'm thrilled to be here. I'm looking forward to everything. We have a lot of work to do. So staff has pounced me for the last 2 days, which is fabulous because they're ready to get some work done. So thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity for the introduction, and thank you for the claps. And I hope to meet each and every one of you and definitely get to know everyone better.
Thank you. Items of community interest pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415. The City Council may report on any of the following items: expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals like proclamations, reminders regarding city council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. I have some items that I would like to bring to your attention. First of all, we'd like to thank everyone involved in our July 4th Independence Day celebration. We're indebted to the organizers and members of the 4th of July Council, and I'd like to recognize Joshua Roberts, Emily Samples, Allison Sargent, Hector Powell, Tracy Williams, and Mamie Amarni Fiddler for planning and putting on a great July 4th celebration. We also would like to recognize Chief Danny Smith in our Lago Vista Police Department, Chief Donnie Norman and ESD 1 and 7 Fire and Emergency Services, our City Engineer Eric Belay, and our Public Works personnel. We also would like to thank residents and guests who lined the parade route and all the participants in the parade who made this great event happen. So thank you very much. Governor Abbott gave notice this month that commencing September 1st, all government meetings subject to the Open Meetings Act must be held in person, and all virtual meetings will cease. The Lago Vista City Council will conduct all August meetings as virtual go-to meetings. We encourage citizens to attend and to speak at all of our meetings. Please fill out speaker cards and participate. Those would be things that you might want to email the mayor so that he can recognize you. North Lake Chamber of Commerce luncheon will be held at the Trinity Anglican Church on Wednesday, July 21, 2021. It's from 11:30 to 1 o'clock. The meal costs are $25. Jonestown Mayor Paul Johnson will be the speaker, so please register and attend. The next general election will be on Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021 at Lago Vista City Hall, located at 5803 Thunderbird, Lago Vista, Texas. Filing for a place on the ballot is set by state statute and will run from July 17th to August 16th, 2021. City offices are open from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Please contact our City Secretary, Sandra Barton, to make an appointment to fill out an application for a place on the November ballot. Culvert and roadside ditch maintenance work will be performed this summer. Iron Key Construction, a contractor for the city of Lago Vista, will be working in Lago Vista this summer on culvert maintenance. The project involves drainage and ditch grading maintenance on roadways along the right-of-way to remove sedimentation that has accumulated resulting from erosion and rainfall runoff. This work is usually 15 feet from the road along your property or under your driveway and helps to maintain proper stormwater runoff. There is a word of caution from the contractor. His words are, "For your safety and ours, please do not approach crews as they work. Road equipment and workers may be only feet from your vehicle. Always pay close attention, especially in conditions of low visibility, congestion, or inclement weather. Watch for the orange and black signs that give warnings and information. Please respond to flaggers and other road workers." That's all I have on my list. Do I have anyone else that would like to speak on community interest? Mayor Tidwell.
Yes, is my audio working?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. All right. I just want to give an update on the Postal Service multi-box units on Crystal Way. We had a meeting with Braun Homes. We have given them all the information. The site does require them to transfer a small part of the property to the city before we can move forward. They were in the process of surveying and that little strip of property. It has not been completed just yet. So we're still moving forward, but we're just not quite to the end where we can get the Postal Service to mount those boxes yet. But I know it's been a month now or 4 weeks since we had this on the agenda, and I just wanted to make sure everybody know where we were at in the process. And That's the only announcement I have.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, do we have Miss Allison Snyder? Is she present? I'm looking for her on my
Yes,
screen.
I'm here.
Okay, so we have a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding approving the annual service plan update to the service and amendment to the service and assessment plan, the SAP, for Tessera on Lake Travis Public Improvement District. So this presentation will be by Miss Allison Snyder. She is the PID administrator. Take it away, Miss Snyder.
Hello, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And it's nice to see you, Mayor, and other council members. My name is Allison Snyder, and I'm with P3 Works, and we're the city's PID administrator for the Tessera on Lake Travis Public Improvement District. The item before you this evening for consideration is the annual update to the service and assessment plan for the district, and that includes the assessment roll for the installments due January 31st, 2022. Of the anticipated 2,030 single-family homes to be completed in the district, Improvement Area 1 has 182 homes that have closed to end users, and Improvement Area 2 has 97 homes closed to end users as of the latest information we have from the developer as of Q1 2021. Otherwise, the PID is healthy and functioning as it is intended. However, I would like to point out there has been an update to the version that was included in your council packets. And do I have the ability to share my screen?
Ms. Silvera?
Yes.
Or, yes.
Dave, can you make her a presenter?
Here we are.
Let me pull that out. Okay, so on page 8 of the service and assessment plan, we've included 4 additional properties within Improvement Area 2 that have made a prepayment of their assessment in full. And what that means is just they're no longer paying annual installments. They've contacted us and asked for the information to make the full prepayment of their assessment. So that's been updated in this table on page 8. It's also been updated in the Improvement Area number 2 assessment roll, which is on Exhibit B2. And I apologize for the quick scrolling, but I want to get you to the only 2 changes in this document. And so that can be seen here, or excuse me, it's Improvement Area number 2 assessment roll. If I said Exhibit B2, I apologize, that's Exhibit A2. But those properties that have made the prepayments in full are listed on this assessment roll. So those are the updates that have been made to the document that was included in your council packet. If there are any questions regarding that, I'd be happy to answer them. But I'll just take you to the end. So there's the change in the total number there for the Improvement Area number 2 assessment roll.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Comments or questions from council? Hearing none. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear any questions. Did anybody have any questions?
Yes,
Mayor
there
Pro
are
Tem,
a couple of people that are putting their hands up.
Okay.
It's small on my screen to tell who they are, though.
Would it
Councilman
help if
Weatherly.
I stop sharing my screen and I can see you? Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, go
Mayor
ahead.
Pro Tem,
Go ahead, Councilor Weatherly.
Weatherly?
yes, in looking through your documents, on page 5 of what you sent us, down toward the bottom, there's a delinquency and prepayment reserve. It says the delinquency and prepayment reserve requires $227,975, and this has not been met. Could you give me some explanation of why it has not been met and what you're doing to meet the full requirements?
Yes, I can answer that question. So the delinquency and prepayment reserve is filled up over the first several years of collections of the installments. And so the reason why it has not been yet met is because it has not had enough years of installments paying into it. The delinquency and prepayment reserve requirement is listed in the trust indenture. So that's a separate document from this document that outlines how much that has to be. And it is funded over several years. And once it is met, we will no longer collect that line item, the delinquency and prepayment reserve. Annual installments will no longer include a portion to go into that account. As you can see in Improvement Area 1, that has been the assessments for Improvement Area 1 and Major Improvement Area have been collected for a longer duration. Improvement Area 2 bonds were issued in 2018, whereas Improvement Area 1 and Major Improvement Area bonds were issued in 2012. And so the first several years of Improvement Area 1 and Major Improvement Area built up their delinquency and prepayment reserve, so they no longer collect for that. They already have those funds within the trust estate. Improvement Area number 2 is still working to build up that reserve. And so it will continue to be collected until that reserve is met. And again, that number is outlined in a trust indenture, which is not this document. It's a different part of the bond documents. And once we get to that point, we won't collect that line item, but it'll be available as an additional reserve account. The first reserve account, which has a full years of debt service in it, the main reserve account was funded at bond closing for each of these 3 areas. And so that's fully funded at the beginning. This is an additional reserve account to take care of any other items. It can be used for just delinquencies within a certain year. It can be drawn on, but all of them, the reserve account and this prepayment and delinquency reserve account, are pledged towards bonds. So if they are not used in any of the years as they're paying off the bonds, they'll be used at the end of the bond term to pay off the bonds early.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Members of our city citizens, do we have anyone wishing to ask questions of the presenter? All right. Is there any possible action on this item?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we accept and approve the annual services plan update and amendments that have been presented on the SAP.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from council? All right, shall we take a vote? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Snyder. All right, we're going to move on to item number 4. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee will present the committee's semi-annual report to City Council. I believe that the presenter here is Karen Van Ness. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee has submitted a semi-annual report due in June to the mayor and city council and would like to present and discuss the report. The discussion components include the vision for Lago Vista Parks and Recreational Opportunities, semi-annual report, Parks and Recreation Director update, advisory committee update, and advisory committee focus areas for 2021. The second half, I think, is what the 2H means, second half of 2021. city-owned properties and opportunities to leverage these for a trail system, as well as additional parks or amenities. Look at several initial trail opportunities as examples which the city could leverage with minimal cost. Also, a suggestion for consideration from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee to pause the sale of city-owned properties and pause any rezoning of city property zoned as parkland until the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, the Parks and Recreation Director, and other appropriate city staff can assess, analyze, and make official recommendations to the City Council for properties the city should retain and designate for trails, parks, or green space. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee would then organize a more substantial analysis of these properties, which would include input from knowledgeable city staff, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee members, interested citizens, and other trails groups. And I believe this report has been submitted by Ms. Karen Van Ness. Ms. Van Ness, would you like to add?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Davila. Yeah, in the package itself, you'll see the report which we submitted in June, which is our responsibility as a committee to submit a semi-annual report. And basically, the first part of the report includes kind of overall vision for parks and recreational opportunities in the city, and then an update on activities, and then some of the things we want to focus on. So with your permission, I can go quickly through the report and maybe focus more on some of the recommendations in this city-owned property requests we have specifically.
Go right ahead.
Okay, great. Well, if you look in your packet, the first page of the submission for tonight's meeting was our vision. Just to share with you guys, basically, we envision a mix of parks and natural spaces. So I know our first priorities with Sunset Park, once we were able to identify that as a property we could leverage and begin work on it, was more of a sports complex, ball fields type amenity. And we've kind of had a shift in vision there where we can have multiple usage opportunities, not only in Sunset Park, but we think across any of the parks or green belts or natural spaces that we leverage or create in the city. We want to make sure we have usage opportunities and amenities across the age and the ability spectrum. So young kids to our youth, our teenagers, to adults, to senior citizens that are members of our community. Obviously opportunities for sports, for fitness, but also passive, unstructured enjoyment and recreation. And of course, accessibility for all abilities, especially around our playgrounds, our restrooms, and our recreational spaces. A key interest area, both from our committee and from what we're gathering from our fellow citizens, is trails. We've already got some trail systems that have been configured kind of informally over the years. And then we've got a more formal effort underway, for example, with the Turnback Canyon Conservancy folks and the work that they've been doing. But we think putting an emphasis on trails, that's a fairly budget-friendly thing we could be working on now. And we already have some things that are available for us to leverage. I'll talk more about that later. And this really ties into the broader requirement to add sidewalks and trails next to some of our roads, especially our major arteries. As we all know, we're not a very walkable town right now. And so I think adding both sidewalks onto some of the major thoroughfares, as well as looking at some of the trail opportunities we have throughout the city to make it more walkable and safer for our kids, is really important. Preservation of green space and habitat, very important before we allow ourselves to get overdeveloped. And we want to make sure any approach we take is ecologically sound and sustainable, making best use of the land and the topography that we have. We think all of this results in fostering a sense of identity for our community, a sense of pride. You know, we've already got that reputation around vacation home and retirement and recreation around the lake and so forth. And we really want to build on that and expand on that and make it a very livable community. And we think that helps the city overall going forward. If you move on to the next page, our semi-annual report, section 1 goes into our updates. And so section A is our Parks and Recreation Director update. Chris Mobley, I won't read every item here. I just like to say Chris has jumped in with great energy and focus and a really good vision for our parks and recreation opportunities here in our city. He's done a ton of work, not only related to Sunset Park. and getting more of the park built out and getting some additional amenities added in, as well as helping us craft a better vision for the park. But he's also assumed airport management responsibilities. He's been very proactive in generating programming at the park and getting some other programming going again. So at Sunset Park, as an example, boot camps, yoga, soccer, baseball, softball, really getting heavy usage now, which is wonderful. And he's reestablished the Lago Vista swim team, which we had years ago, and it just kind of fizzled out. So we've got a swim team going again. And he's working with community members to identify our community priorities around some of the programming that we want to add in, targeted for next year. A lot of administrative work that he's been involved with, and maintaining some of the things we don't think about, like the fountain on Dawn Drive, doing a lot of presentations and speaking to a lot of groups just to get input and also let people know what the city's doing around parks and recreation. So he's really just done a great job and is really a great partner with the city to work with. So we really appreciate Chris. In terms of our advisory committee update, we basically reconstituted our committee. We had some people fall off, so we were able to add some new members and have some new officers in place, and members that are very enthusiastic and energetic and very involved in the community. So that's been wonderful. We've been able to work with Chris to provide input into the Sunset Park planning and some of the priorities that we see in terms of additional amenities or any enhancements to make for the park. And we provided input to the programming that Chris is working on. We've also completed 3 separate special planning meetings outside of our regular meeting cycle for us to be able to put together our vision and the recommendations that we want to make. And those recommendations, a few of the things we'll talking about tonight, but I think we'll have a broader set of recommendations that can help feed into the update to the master plan that's currently underway. And you know, we'll probably have opportunity to discuss some of those recommendations in future meetings. We've done some analysis, or at least an initial analysis of some of the city-owned properties, which is part of what we want to talk about tonight. And then we've also formed a 501c3 nonprofit organization that can help serve as an ancillary fundraising you know, option to add and hopefully bolster the city budget, and also be used, you know, as a way of leveraging volunteers as well and getting them involved in parks and recreation activities. Section 2 here is really our focus areas for the second half of this year. We'll continue to work with Chris and other relevant stakeholders on building out a broader set of recommendations that, as I said, can help feed into the overall master plan. So in a sense, we're saying we're going to put together a Parks and Recreation master plan that can then feed into the larger city plan, and hopefully have some specific recommendations for City Council to consider as we go into later this year and into 2022. We'll continue to provide both our committee member and community input that we solicit into further enhancements or additions to Sunset Park, as well as to recreational programming. So we're working very closely with Chris on that. And then item 3 is developing recommendations for City Council to consider for leveraging some of the city-owned properties that we already have for development of parks or trail systems or green spaces. We think we have a real opportunity here, and this is one thing we wanted to bring up because it's fairly time sensitive, obviously, because as development continues to increase here in Lago, it could be that some properties seem, well, we don't have a good use for them now, or they've been sitting there for a while, let's go ahead and sell them. And so one of the requests that the committee would like to make to City Council is if we can put a pause on some of these sales and give us the opportunity to go in and look more specifically at lots, at properties, at some of the green belts that exist that the city owns that could potentially be leveraged for green space or for trails. An immediate opportunity we have is that there are a number of trails that have been configured, as I said, informally over the years, but the person or people who configured them were very careful to try to stay on those city belts that already exist. So they stayed within city property, and we think that's a pretty exciting opportunity for us to fairly inexpensively get some trails set up, trailheads set up, maybe a little bit of you know, grading of shoulders to set up parking, and have some things that people could go ahead and start using immediately. And then it could facilitate further build out of trails later on. Another property that we've seen is the kind of area behind the police station, right? That was going to be a green center. And I think that idea was put aside, but could we earmark that property for a potential city park? That lends itself to a number of different things. People have mentioned an amphitheater there, other park amenities that could be done there. So that's something we want to consider. Bowden Point, we added a swing set there, but we're getting better usage there. I see people there quite a bit walking their dogs. Could we add a playscape, maybe a few more inexpensive amenities to Bowden Point to make better use of that? And then are there other city lots throughout the town that we could leverage for mini parks or pop-up parks or small trail systems or just green space? We think we have a great opportunity there as far as leveraging these spaces before the city sells them off. And again, there could be a number of lots that are just unusable for any of those types of purposes, which is fine. But I guess our ask is give us the time to do a little bit more in-depth analysis, and we can come back with specific recommendations on some of these green belts or properties that could be leveraged to support some of these opportunities. And in the final page that I submitted for the packet, potential trail system initial possibilities, this is just, honestly, it's just one part of the huge city map that I have. It unfortunately doesn't have any roads designated on it, but if you look at it, you can pretty much figure out what it is. But just a few of those things that I highlighted in red are existent city-owned properties where we've got trails already configured. And a couple of them would tie into Sunset Park potentially. And then the longer term plan of tying into the Turnback Conservancy trails that tie into Tessera, or tying into trails that could go all the way down to K Oaks and down to the lake. It seems very feasible. It'll take a little time to get that done, but our suggestion is let's kind of pause on selling off any more of these city properties and give us a chance to look at these and identify the specific ones we think we could leverage for these purposes. And you know, we can figure out what the timing on that would require. It takes a lot of bandwidth because it's a fair amount of work to first off go on TCAT. So we're trying to work through Chris to see, are there any user-friendly city maps that are relatively up to date that have city-owned properties designated, and then we can look through there. It's going to involve walking some of these areas just to check feasibility, but that's kind of our basic ask tonight for City Council. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions on our update, our report, or recommendations.
Thank you, Karen. Council? I don't see anyone raising their, well, Ms. Marion, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Really, it's just, I just wanted to recognize Karen and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for their hard work. This is a really great committee. I'm very blessed to be able to work with them and serve as the council liaison. They've put a lot of work into this, a lot of work into so many different things that come before them, and establishing the Friends of the Park was a huge step and no easy feat. So it's just an expression of gratitude for Karen and her leadership on that committee, and all of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee members for the outstanding work that they continue to do.
Thank you, Ms. Marion. Councilor Sullivan?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to say the same kind of kudos. It seems like the committee has more energy than it's maybe had in the past few years. I'm really excited to see what comes out of the committee. So, you know, kudos to you guys, and keep up the good work. The only other comment I was going to make is that there seems to be an ask of council about the potential moratorium. I believe this item is only on the agenda as a presentation item, so I don't think we can take action on that tonight, but it's certainly something that can come back. Tell me if I'm wrong about that, Mayor Pro Tem.
That is correct. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Lanez. I really appreciate that. It sounds to me like you have a very ambitious plan to do a lot of good stuff for the city, and I wish you all the luck in the world. Before we close this, though, I think Ms. Darcy DeVoe wanted to comment on this. Ms. DeVoe? We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you. No.
I think
your mic shows green, but
yeah.
Mr. Devil, if I may, I got my hand up kind of late.
Go ahead. I'll come back to you. Well,
Yeah, come back to Darcy and see if she gets her mic. I did want to ask one question of Karen. Is there any kind of formal or informal relationship between the Parks and Rec Committee and KLVB? Because there's a lot of good things happening on both ends, and just want to make sure that there's good conversation and connection there. And I suppose the same question may apply to the Lago Vista POA as well.
Sure. Yeah, good question. Yes, we've had KLVB come to one of our meetings and present, just updating us on their activities, some of their accomplishments in 21 and what they're working on today. And we definitely plan on collaborating with them anytime we get a chance, if it's a green space or park opportunity, or I know, Chris has some specific plans as well. As far as the POA goes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you guys know, I'm on the board of the POA, so something we've really worked hard on for the past 3 years is to have better POA city relations and coordinate and collaborate wherever we can. And Kathy Petros, who's our general manager, has done a great job for the POA, but I think also done a great job reaching out to the city, working hard to make sure we have a good relationship. And we're looking at any chance we can to collaborate and support what the city's trying to do. The July 4th festivities is a case in point. Our guys worked very hard on that. We're very proud to do it too, very happy to do it. So any opportunity we have to collaborate on events or other types of initiatives, we definitely want to look for that.
thank you. Mr. O, would you like to take a shot at speaking again?
Yes. Can you hear me? Because
Yes, ma'am.
my speaker's on for me. So thank
Yes.
you, Mayor Pro Tem Archidavila. Sorry. I just wanted to state that I'm part of the PRAC, the Parks and Recreation Committee, and I've been very proud this year of serving with these group of people. Karen is our fearless leader, and Shalane is a great liaison for us. And I think we've been getting a lot of good things done. We put countless hours into this, and I want to make sure that everybody that's a citizen of Lago Vista realizes that these committees, all the way down to your P&Z committees and how they get onto these committees, they're all volunteers. We work without pay. We are here to help and to serve our community. I want to be part of the growth and part of what happens in Lago Vista. And so I want to volunteer. I'm on 2 committees. And I have attended every single one of these meetings since November of 2019. So it can be done. It's a little difficult sometimes, but I think everybody knows me. I mean, I want people to know I'm not always so harsh. I come off that way, but I do want to thank everybody, and also that every committee is just as important as the next committee. I've heard a couple of things in some recent meetings, because I watch all the meetings on YouTube, and I was a little perplexed by the attitude that people were giving our committee, and it saddened me. And so I want to tell people, please, we are just as good as any other committee. Just because we're all tree huggers doesn't mean that we also don't want the roads to get done, So I want to emphasize that this committee is important. This committee is important to watch Lago grow. It is important to keep things green, that we don't become a big, huge cement blah. I mean, we all moved out here for something. I moved for the trees. And I would just like to thank my committee personally and say, yay, we're going to keep going. We'll keep pushing on, and whatever happens, happens. And we can even get pieces of land granted to us now that we're a 501(c)(3) that could become parkland, which is tax exempt. So I want all of the people out there in Lago Vista to realize, when you put your land as park, you could still own it, but it goes to park and it becomes a green space. So I just want to put that out to everybody. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to comment or have questions for the?
I just want to, if you don't mind, but I did want to commend Council Member Marion. Shalane has been an awesome liaison for us, very supportive of what we're looking to do, helping us identify great members. was on the committee in prior years, and we were more active, I'd say, earlier, the probably last 6 months of 21, less so. And so we've had a fresh start this year, and a lot of that's been due to Shalane's work and focus on our committee. So we're very appreciative of all her support.
I'm sure that she thanks you for those kind words. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, well, this was not an action item to speak of, so we'll move on then to our next agenda item. This is a public hearing for possible action, first consideration. The Lago Vista City Council will hold a public hearing and consider resolution number 21-1891, a resolution of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting an update to the thoroughfare plan and providing for related matters. This was an open, or is an open meeting, open public hearing from the last time, so we'll continue that. Mayor, do you have a presentation? I don't see one there.
Councilor Davila, Mayor Pro Tem, you need to open the hearing. It wasn't open from last time. This is the first hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. Thank you very much. So we opened this public hearing tonight at 7:22. Thank you very much for the correction. So Mayor's presentation. Absent that, the consultant's presentation, sorry.
Yes, check. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Would somebody mind, this is the same presentation that's included in the background, but would somebody make me a presenter so that I can present my screen, please? If not, I'm happy to walk through the slides that are included in the agenda backup.
So Eric, can you do that for us?
Excellent. I think that is happening
now. Dave did not make me a presenter, but he should be online to make.
I think he just did it, Aaron. I saw it pop up.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. Just by way of introduction, my name is David Payne. I'm a transportation planner with Freese and Nichols. I'm joined by Eddie Haas, who is a principal with Freese and Nichols that'll be working on the roadway impact fee portion of our project, and project manager Jessica, who's also going to be presenting on the water impact fee portion of the program coming up. Just a moment, let me get situated here. My slides popped around. So again, my name is David Payne. I will be taking the next 10 minutes or so to present the same information that was presented to Planning and Zoning in February and then again in March for adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions that council members have or the public. We did receive also some additional public comments since the Planning and Zoning adoption. So I want to address those in general categories if I can as well too. So the first item, what is a thoroughfare plan? A thoroughfare plan is a policy document basically to protect rights of way and serve as a network for growth and connectivity for the community as it grows. So how does it do that? That's basically through the map, which I'll go over in detail, which includes alignments and functional classifications. What do those allow us to do? They allow us to preserve rights of way from development. They also allow us to add very badly needed connectivity to the network as development grows. It also is a policy document that points to design elements. You can see the cross section there on the right, design elements that are included when roadways are engineered and designed, or if they're provided by the private sector, what the design elements are that are included in a roadway or in the transportation network. Our effort with this minor amendment is focused on including edits and understanding to inform the roadway impact fee program. So that's going to be focused on primarily on your arterial and your collector roadway network. And Eddie Haas will go into a little bit more detail on that over the coming months. but we want to make sure that we've got the right network and functional classifications so that we can calculate the cost of the impact fee program and make sure that we're including the right projects for the capital improvement program over the next 10 years. So how do we do this? We base this on a technical basis of analysis. We have two lenses that we have used for the thoroughfare plan. The first is the 2009 traffic study that the city of Lago Vista is fortunate enough to have as a base or groundwork for our analysis. We updated the land use assumptions for households and employment projections for that study, and we reran the numbers, if you will, to make sure that the facility sizing is right sized and that we're protecting enough right of way for development. The second tool that we used is the Campo Regional Travel Demand Model for 2045. So that these two lenses, and I should say the Campo Regional Travel Demand Model is more of the regional view. So it includes background traffic from other developments throughout the region and programmed improvements. So other projects, roadway projects that are included within the time horizon by TxDOT, by Travis County and others, those are included in the background analysis for us. This allows us really two different lenses. The first, the traffic study, is more of a conservative view, a build-out view, if you will. And then the 2045 is a time-delimited, sort of anticipated by participating jurisdictions for regional coordination as more of a realistic view of what happens in a certain time frame by 2045. So what is essentially changing from our effort? The main thing that's changing is a right-of-way recommendation for FM 1431. If it's classified as a principal arterial, we're not recommending a change to the functional classification, but through coordination with TxDOT, they and us and Campo are recommending that the right-of-way preserved for that facility, instead of it being 150-foot typical, the section east of the intersection for Loman Ford roadway would be approximately 200 feet preserved from development. Moving down for Loman Ford Road, we'll talk a little bit more about that in the presentation, but there are no recommended changes for Loman Ford Road in terms of number of through lanes. Major collectors, there's an important change to this functional classification in that we're adding a two-way left turn lane to the typical cross section. What does that do? It allows for a little bit more capacity in roadways, but the most important thing that it does is it's a safety benefit for the roadways that have that two-way left turn lane because it separates oncoming traffic from each other. It also critically makes roadway projects that the city of Lago Vista puts forward for regional funding competition more competitive because those roadways with two-way left turn lanes or medians are safer roads. So the city will have a higher scoring roadway for those applications. And then lastly, the rights of way, the functional classification rights of way that are in the currently adopted plan are being recommended to be added 5 feet per side to accommodate drainage for the sloping area in Lago Vista, in order to allow for more drainage that previously would have been done maybe as an easement. It's going to be simpler to do that as part of a fee simple right of way. Next, we also considered and received a number of comments related to some special considerations, two special considerations for the thoroughfare plan network. The first has to do with crossing options for the Colorado River or for Lake Travis. Those are in the current plan, and they're in, I would say, various stages of consideration regionally, but and that was essentially almost out of our scope to consider because they're more of the regional considerations. But we were able to, through coordination, include the consideration of ferry operations. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the coming slides. And then lastly, the city of Jonestown, since the adoption of the prior thoroughfare plan, has adjusted some alignments of collector roadways between the community of Jonestown and Lago Vista. And so we reflected their potential alignments. But I want to stress that those are collector roadways. They're needed for safety purposes, and they would only be implemented through development processes or at such future time as a safety need were be made and identified. So this is a page taken from the Travis County Blueprint, the Travis County Master Thoroughfare Plan, and it highlights Loman Ford Road as a 4-lane divided roadway, or in their terminology, a major arterial divided 4-lane. And the column third from the right identifies that as an improvement that would be made somewhere within the next 10 years. I need to stress that this is not a programmed project. This is just the county anticipating that potentially that roadway would be improved sometime in that time frame. And that becomes important because it will relate to the roadway impact fee and including that project cost in part of the city's roadway impact fee program, which allows the city to participate in that project. So this is, again, a summary of the improvements that are relevant to the impact fee program update. The first, again, is standardizing FM 1431 at 150 feet to 200 feet, and that's annotated in the map that's included in the backup as east of the intersection with Loman Ford Road, preserving 200 feet of right-of-way from development. I need to again stress that that is not a programmed nor even a planned improvement by the Texas Department of Transportation. They don't have it anywhere in their program for that. So there were some comments about timing of projects or whatnot, and the design of that project. That is all very much to be determined through a future effort. This is the purpose of this program would be purely to identify that somewhere around that right-of-way needs to be preserved from development. Moving down, Loman Ford Road, there are no functional classification changes north of Boggy Ford Road, the intersection with Boggy Ford Road. However, in consultation with the county, Loman Ford Road south of that intersection, they have a slightly higher right-of-way that they would prefer to be preserved 114 feet, and so that's also been annotated on the map. Was there a question or an interjection? I'm happy to pause. All right. Hearing none. Moving
Mayor
forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you managing comments here?
Well, we're going to hear their full update first, and then we'll take comments in.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, sir. So then you'll see an annotation for a dashed line that connects between Boggy Ford Road and Loman Ford Road. That would be through the ETJ, the currently Travis County ETJ. And again, that would at some point in the future, a future action needed to identify alignment to preserve for that effort. But really what this dashed line on the thoroughfare plan map allows the city to do is to, if that property redevelops, negotiate for the preservation of a connection. What would a connection in that location do? It would reduce the pressure on the intersection of Boggy Ford Road and Loman Ford Road. Within the last couple of years, there was an added turn lane at that intersection, and the roadway impact fee will talk a little bit more about the improvements at that intersection. But in the very long term, that intersection we see as needing potentially additional turn lanes. And so having an additional connection in the future would reduce the pressure and the need for making in and a way out for the area to the west of that intersection. Moving on to major collectors, I note the roadways there. It says needs basis, but these roadways have the main difference from the existing plan to the current recommended plan is adding two-way left turn lanes for those roadways. And then lastly, I mentioned again, adding 5 feet of recommended right-of-way preservation on each side of the functional classifications for all roadways to preserve for drainage. So again, in summary, actually, let me back up a step. So I need to also note that the dashed lines, I'm not sure if y'all can see my cursor here, but the dashed lines for circles that are noting the different ferry operations possible. Let's back up a step and talk about the regional crossings. There were 3 in the currently adopted plan, 1 east of Lakeshore Drive, 1 west of the city, and what we did was, and then 1 south. Our effort through coordination, we removed the connection that was further south on Lowman Ford Road, determining that that was not a plausible alternative to be carried forward through the regional study that will, over the course of the next couple of years, look at those alternatives. But since the conversation that was held in 2018 and approximately before that with Campo and Travis County on potential crossings of the Colorado, the additional concept of a ferry operations was introduced as perhaps an interim or even an ultimate condition for providing connectivity across the lake. So these dashed lines in the thoroughfare plan really provide the purpose and need from the city to participate in those concepts at such time as the county or Campo carries that forward. We, over the course of February and March, coordinated again with Campo, the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, the Texas Department of Transportation's Advanced Planning Group, and the Travis County Transportation and Natural Resources groups. And we learned from the Travis County TNR group that they have planned to execute a study for the regional crossings, not just for this area, but for the entire stretch of the Colorado through Travis County. But these are some of the connections that they would be looking to be making. However, that project has not been currently funded. Also want to note the comments that came up since the adoption of the planning and zoning recommended map, which is included in the map. There were approximately 18 comments that were received, and the nature of those comments really are in 2 categories. The first category has to do with the nature of this arterial crossing or potential ferry operations, and that again we need to note that there are existing crossings in the current plan. We're actually reducing the number of potential crossing locations and adding potential ferry operations as a more potentially cost-effective or interim solution that would serve a purpose and need for the community and regional functionality. And then the second has to do with really timing of the improvements that are identified in the thoroughfare plan. So want to again repeat that the thoroughfare plan informs the capital improvement program, but it doesn't necessarily imply timing or detail from engineering unless that's been identified by others. So the only items that we have currently in that category is the Lowman Ford roadway by Travis County in their blueprint. And I apologize for my strange meter in my voice. I've had an echo this whole time. So with that, the summary is that why are we making these improvements to the thoroughfare plan? Why are we recommending changes to the thoroughfare plan at this time? It's driven by the impact fee program in order to recoup costs to help fund transportation improvements by the city of Lago Vista and to allow for more regional participation by the city in cost sharing and those transportation conversations. It's to make for safer, higher speed roadways, and it's to inform the cost for the impact fee program. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions from council or comments? Do we have any comments or questions from our general audience?
Mayor Pro Tem, I've had my hand up here. This is Paul Prince.
Everybody's so small, it's hard to see. Go ahead.
No problem. Mr. Payne, thank you for the presentation. I have several questions, actually. So some of them simpler and some maybe a little more complex. First of all, you mentioned in passing that your team has done an update to the 2009 traffic study. We're not seeing that here. Have you actually published that and delivered that to the city already?
What we did was we worked with the city of Lago Vista's zoning map, the updated zoning map that was adopted in the interim period, and we revised the assumptions that were in that plan based on understanding of developable areas, priority developable areas, and we did provide that information to staff. We've left it out of this presentation, but we could certainly provide that to council if that's an interest. I do need to stress though that from that regional participation perspective, what the adopted assumptions are for land use, that's both growth in household population and the number of jobs that happens every 3 to 4 years and is signed off by Travis County and the Capital Area MPO. And I don't want to speak for the city of Lago Vista if they were involved in that participation process, but in order to use the regional lens, we did use the Campo 2045 model as well.
Okay, yeah, I had sent email to city staff who then copied your team on that, looking for this further data. So I think that would be helpful to get that, whether from city staff or from you. Second question, and this kind of may fit into my misunderstanding or lack of understanding of a program and plan versus what you're showing here. But I'll make a couple of observations. One is you state no change to Loman Ford. But actually between Dawn Drive and Boggy Ford right now, you say no change to Loman Ford north of Boggy Ford, but north of Boggy Ford all the way up to Dawn Drive right now, we have a single lane each direction, which is very different than the description of I guess that would be a minor arterial. And so am I just, is this something that we just need to do as a city in a future program or plan, and you are in fact asserting that we need to do it? I'm just confused by the fact that whole section on the map is blue, and the picture for what a blue should be on the page we're looking at here is very different than what that road currently is.
Absolutely, yes, sir. So these are thoroughfare plans. So this is directing what the future improvement should be or would be in order to allow for that ultimate section, which would be 4 lanes with a 2A left turn or a divided median. You're absolutely right, of course, that it's a single lane in each direction. But at such time that improvement would be made, what we're saying is, and what the 2009 study also said, that 4 lanes would be needed in that ultimate configuration. So the difference here being what this is planning versus more of an operational or an engineering or operations type analysis.
Thank you for that. Then that leads into the second observation, which is I would suggest that the traffic on Boggy Ford, you show the traffic on Boggy Ford being a major, or I'm sorry, you show Boggy Ford from Loman Ford westbound being a major collector until the split between Boggy and Highland Lakes. That's the way I interpret this tiny little map here. When in fact, the traffic on the additional portion of Boggy Ford is just horrendous and growing like crazy due to all the development out there. I would suggest that it's actually appropriate for the majority, maybe all of Boggy Ford and perhaps a big portion or all of Highland Lakes to also be designated as a major collector rather than a minor collector. based on just my personal observation of the traffic and feedback that we're getting from citizens.
That's a fair comment, and what the part of the impetus for adding that section, again, I'm not sure if y'all can see my cursor on the screen, for carrying it further than it currently is to make it a safer roadway, to allow for, and then there's some fairly sharp curves, maybe not sharp, that's not a fair, that there are some curves, and so as people are coming around those curves, having that median or a two-way left turn would pull turning movements out of the intersections or out of driveway entrances to developments, as well as provide just a little bit more capacity in addition to making the roadway safer. Where the location is that green line ends is that there may be a future, we understand a future consideration for a traffic circle at that location, which would separate some of those turning movements and allow for safer travel. The other thing I want to note regarding your observation, which is a good one, is that these are through movement number of travel lanes. There's still the ability at the intersections to add additional turning lanes beyond what we're identifying at this network level.
Okay, yeah, very good. And I applaud the extension of that green line on Boggy Ford. I'm just asserting it needs to extend much further to the west because traffic is very, very heavy from where that green line ends, to the additional maybe 3 miles further west. And it's very, in my view, and hearing from citizens, is very dangerous. So I would suggest that's an oversight in this. My last comment is really a question, actually. If I can get your feedback on the purpose and objective of the ferry crossing, and maybe you can distinguish between traffic management versus emergency evacuation. I think we've got a real, potentially serious emergency evacuation situation in the event of a fire in this area, and I think having a way to safely get citizens across the lake is probably a wise thing. If this is all about moving traffic, you could argue that ferry up at the north end of the peninsula there, kind of the west end of the city, is, to steal the old Alaska phrase, it's a bridge to nowhere, or a ferry to nowhere, because that's just state park on the other side. So evacuation I get, but traffic management, I'm not sure I see it.
That's understandable. They're both excellent observations, and that's exactly the kinds of question and the conversation that would surround a feasibility study that would be done by either TxDOT or Travis County or probably not Campo. They tend not to get into the operational studies as much. So probably TxDOT or Travis County. And Travis County has expressed an interest to lead that conversation. I'm not aware of them having that study funded yet. Although when they were going through the Travis County blueprint conversation in 2018, they did identify the need for that study as one of their fiscally constrained items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Anybody else on council with questions? Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, David, the first question I have is, in looking at what you're presenting on screen and what I see in our packet, there are differences and omissions. For example, that one table you had that listed Loman Ford, we don't have that in our packet. The extension of the green line on Boggy in your map goes further than what I see in our packet. Can we get your updates so that we have the latest and greatest that you've been presenting?
That should be included in the backup. Thank you for raising that to my attention. While questions continue to come through, I will double check what is posted to make sure that is included, because yeah, that was intentional to include.
Okay, yeah, it would be very helpful to make sure that we've got everything that you've been presenting. And then a question about the crossings of the river and the potential for ferries. I've seen a lot of comments or read through all of them. There aren't very many that are positive about those. I thought I read somewhere that these are items that are, larger entity than us, county, state, what have you, and that we have to include them in our plan. It's not optional. Is that an accurate statement?
I don't believe that that's. I believe that the inclusion in the City of Lago Vista's plan allows the city more of a negotiating perspective for those conversations. I don't believe that it would preclude or exclude or one way or the other.
Well, obviously, we want to keep the best negotiating position possible. So if having those in there helps that, then I certainly want to keep them there. But for those who do have concerns, my understanding is that you mentioned there's a feasibility study that is potentially going to come up, but it's not even the study is not funded. So who knows when that might happen. But the bottom line is none of these possibilities has been studied or is approved or has any funding. They're just like pie in the sky. Is that an accurate statement?
They have not been studied yet or approved at the operational level. I do need to note that the capital area MPO did include some crossings of the Colorado in their regional arterial concept inventory, but that effort did not progress to the level of an adopted plan. So just need to caveat that.
So for those people who are concerned about these potentially coming through their neighborhoods, the bottom line is they're not approved. There are no official plans, and more importantly, there is no funding for any of these things to move forward in the short term. Is that an accurate statement?
There's definitely no funding approved. Yes, sir. An accurate statement.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Anyone else with any questions or comments for Mr. Payne? Okay, hearing none.
Well, Councilwoman Marion, she has her hand up.
I'm sorry, can't see her. Go ahead, Ms. Marion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's the light here, I think, is making it difficult to see.
I see it now, yeah.
So I actually have a question and then a comment. So the folks who actually put together this thoroughfare plan that we're looking at here, are they local folks? Like, what kind of research went into putting together this thoroughfare plan? Did people come to Lago Vista and kind of drive the roads, get to know the area, and then put together a plan? Or is this something that was more put together just based off of research and documents from the county, et cetera? Can you tell me a little bit about how this plan came to be?
Yes, I can elaborate on that a little bit. So in 2009, the city of Lago Vista hired a consulting firm to do a very large traffic study for the city, and it made recommendations that certain roadways should be included in the thoroughfare plan. The city has previously had a thoroughfare plan, to my understanding. However, over time, the assumptions that went into that were changed. Staff's understanding, as development occurred, things were modified to represent, what's more of the current understanding. And then in 2016, the city underwent a comprehensive plan, which again updated the understanding of land uses and transportation needs. And that document also had a thoroughfare plan element in it. And so the recommendations for roadways was amended at that time. And so what we're doing is we're building off of that. But yes, the staff team members went out to the city of Lago Vista and drove the roadways and assessed the current conditions, and additional traffic counts have been taken. But that's all. The additional lens of detail is essentially to focus on the upcoming roadway impact fee process, which I believe Eddie Haas is still on the phone here. He and Jessica can talk a little bit more about the roadway impact fee program and its near-term focus, really on the next 10 years. Does that help, council member?
It does. I was really interested in whether or not folks had come to Lago Vista to study all of these things kind of, live before making any recommendations in this thoroughfare plan, or if it was just all done from prior documents. And then I think just a general comment, as Councilor Sullivan noted, I also, of course, read all of the feedback in the packet, including some late feedback that was provided today, and seemed like many of the folks that provided feedback weren't necessarily in favor of the ferry options. And I think my only comment there is that we're kind of struggling here in Lago Vista to deal with our quickly growing traffic and our very fast rate of growth. And I just have some concerns about our ability to take on traffic from other communities until we have ours, I guess, better taken care of here locally. That's my comment there.
Thank you, Ms. Marion. Anybody else on council with any further questions? I see caller number 2. Is that someone that's wishing to ask a question or make a comment? Caller number 12, I'm sorry. It's hard to see that number. I don't see anything else. Well,
Mayor Pro Tem,
yes.
Ms. Diane Junjo-Pin, she is waving her hand furiously.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No
I
problem.
think they're so small, they're very difficult to see. Ms. Junjo-Pin, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was waving because I know it's hard to see, so I wasn't frantic. But Mr. Payne, my question is kind of tangential to what we heard from Councilmember Prince, and it has to do with on the page, which I just lost when I changed, on the page where it says what is changing on the major collectors. Major collectors is kind of a high visibility word, and we have Dawn Drive and Shoreline Ranch Drive, and I'm thinking Loman Ford south of Boggy Ford is all kind of one dashed line there. They kind of are grouped together. And then next is Boggy Ford. Shoreline, my question is with regard to Shoreline Ranch Drive. The traffic on Dawn, Loman, the whole extent of Loman, as well as Boggy Ford, is higher by I haven't measured it, of course, but by a double-digit factor at a minimum. Shoreline Ranch is, which I live off on, I apologize, my name is Diane Junjo-Pin, I live off of Lakeshore Boulevard, which is off of Shoreline Ranch. Traffic on there is incredibly small, and it kind of goes nowhere except to the lake, and is just very negligible. So I'm puzzled as to how it is in this category of major collectors. And I am sure there's a reason that, and if I missed it, I apologize, but if you could elaborate a little bit on that aspect of your major collectors and how it fits in the thoroughfare.
I apologize. Before you elaborate, Ms. Junjo-Pin, if you can direct that to the council so the council can actually ask the applicant or the consultant to answer that question, since it is their meeting. So if you can direct it specifically to the council or the mayor pro tem, and then if they would like to have the consultant answer it, they can do so.
Council, as aforementioned, please consider it directed towards you. I'm assuming I don't need to repeat the whole thing.
I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I mean, it's an excellent question. My understanding is that that roadway, and I'm trying to look it up on the backup, may previously have been, no, it was not classified. I'm sorry, I'm trying to dig through my backup here to find out what it was previously classified as. My understanding was that it was not a major collector, but it was rather, it was a major collector, and so we were recommending that it be a major collector so that there was no change to it. But if you're okay with it, I'd like to just go ahead and dig through my backup and come back to that response, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank
it's an excellent question. Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
Mr. Payne, I wonder if you could take down the map for just a second, because as people hold their hands up, I can't really see them because of the size of the presentation that you have. Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any other questions for the presenter? Okay. Mr. Haas, do you have part of this presentation? Just a question.
No, really, for the impact fee program, that's going to be coming at a later time. While David's looking up that information, I'll just enlighten a little bit with regards to the thoroughfare plan and how that relates to the impact fee program. So the impact fee program is strictly a finance tool to implement roadways on the thoroughfare plan. Certain type facilities can only be considered if they're labeled as arterial class or collector class. And so this plan, which is predicated on analysis of your previous works, it's predicated on travel forecasts from the Campo 2045, it's predicated on some of the comprehensive plan information, kind of looks at all that and makes recommendations for either upgrade or downsizing appropriately. But then this plan becomes the footprint for potential capital improvements in the impact fee program. I say potential because we have received feedback from the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee to a preliminary set of capital improvements projects, which will be going forward for public hearing for consideration by you, the City Council, in conjunction with land use assumptions. And I think that's slated for September 2nd. So there's some things still going on there, but that'll be forthcoming. I'll take a crack at the question there: why a major collector versus maybe something less for Shoreline Ranch? And just looking at the plan, so the plan had identified a couple of potential. I say potential because it's not cast in stone. It's more visionary of a potential ferry crossing. This was deemed a little more appropriate than a bridge type connection and the cost associated with that. So if there's potential locations of a crossing, then you would need a facility that might be able to help carry that volume, if you will. So if any one of those locations were determined to be absolute no-goes, probably any one of those two facilities would probably be downgraded, quite honestly, because there may not be the traffic need and demand for that. So, but as you go away from the Colorado River, those facilities would obviously dump into Shoreline Ranch, which then heads over to Loman, needs the higher carrying capacity to be able to kind of funnel together. So kind of from a functional classification perspective, arterial class facilities are aimed at moving traffic across town. Collector class facilities are really aimed at moving traffic from development, collecting and distributing traffic from development and or neighborhoods. So that's why there's a couple of different classes of collectors, some aimed at the continuous two-way left turn there for safety, and then the others at a undivided section or at a minor collector level, if you will. Then at the lowest level is the local street, providing direct access, which in the same sense is from for residential, or I'm sorry, for commercial type development, that would be like driveways providing access to commercial type development. So I don't know if that helps answer the question from Ms.
And just
John Chopin.
Yeah.
And just chiming in on that, Eddie is correct, but I did want to confirm it by taking a look at the 2016 plan. So that shoreline was recommended that was identified as the option for future bridge crossing number 2. And in the 2016 plan, that was identified as a potential minor arterial. So from our perspective, recommending it as a major collector, it would actually be downsizing that roadway. And that's identifying, you've just identified the location where a potential bridge crossing was removed from the thoroughfare plan effort, or would be removed from the thoroughfare plan by council action tonight.
All right.
And I can share my screen again if y'all want to.
Any further questions for the presenters? Mr. Prince, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, following up, Mr. Haas, you made the statement, I think, that this material is useful for impact fee. I don't know what the appropriate term is, but I want to come back to my question that I asked Mr. Payne earlier. So we know that a major section of Loman Ford, specifically north of Boggy and south of Dawn, needs a major upgrade. And as this plan is, written here today, there's no indication of that need in the city. Do we need to capture that somehow in here in order to be able to use that as input for impact fee application on a major project like that we know we need to do in order to meet this plan?
I think it is captured because from Dawn down to Boggy Ford, the thoroughfare plan shows it as a minor arterial class facility as a 4-lane. The fact that it's 2-lane now is kind of an existing condition. So as growth and development continues to go, this thoroughfare plan, which is a policy document aimed at helping council to make decisions, the long-term need is defined as 4 lanes. We're just not there now. But as those lanes are added or that capacity is added, there's going to be a cost associated with that, and we want to use impact fees as a tool to help fund that from future growth.
Perfect. Thank you. That answers that. And then I'll come to the other part of my comment earlier, which is I made the assertion that much more of Boggy Ford should be colored green rather than orange on this map. And so that would presumably matter on this impact fee discussion. However, my assertion is based on no data. It's based on my intuition and feedback from citizens. The fact that you've not colored it green is also based on, from my perspective, is also based on no data because I'm not seeing any data. So, if you guys can share with us some data around traffic count, projected traffic count, I'm kind of disappointed that none of that's in here. It's all, there's no backup to the homework, if you will.
Sure.
And I'm a little uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, so and I'll let David answer the technical question on the numbers, but so there's an observation that Boggy Ford, I guess west of where it splits from where it splits at Highland Lake, ought to be upgraded. We're still talking about a collector class facility, which is still 2 lanes. One is simply has the continuous 2-way left turn, and the other does not. And so we're not talking about adding any more lane capacity. We're still keeping it at 2. It's really kind of a double-edged sword. We're dealing with a neighborhood area, and we're thinking about neighborhood preservation, those kinds of things. And Dave will answer the technical question, but the 2-lane was probably deduced to be able to handle the associated traffic. There really is no more development that can happen there in the Highland Estates area. But as you move from the core of the development towards Loman Ford, that's where you're going to need more carrying capacity. Hence, you go from a 2-lane undivided to a 2-lane divided there, more or less at Draper's Cove, Lindbergh Lane, more or less from in there, going to a higher carrying capacity facility to Loman Ford, and at that intersection location, ultimately that will probably be flared for additional channelized turn movements and things like that for intersection capacity. But
I'll beg to question here that there's 2 approaches, and I feel like you may be playing both sides of the fence. The approach could be this document simply states what is needed, and it's a completely separate exercise to figure out how to fund it, how to make it work on land and neighborhood. And yet your argument that I just heard on extending Boggy Ford was, we don't think it works in the existing neighborhood. I'm saying I think it's clearly needed based on traffic and hazard. That middle turn lane, I think, in my opinion, again, without data, but my opinion is that middle turn lane is sorely needed for another 3 miles of Boggy Ford. And if it's not captured in here, then we as city leaders never have the justification for trying to push for it in the future. And by the way, there are houses being developed fast and furious on that section of Boggy Ford over the last 2 years. And we went from about 30% population, my guess, 2-3 years ago, to about 60% population on those lots. Maybe it's up to 70, 80%, but it's still happening. And, you know, when the horse may already be out of the barn, but I think that there's absolutely a need. Whether we as a city can pull it off or not is a separate question.
And
enough of my soapbox.
I don't mean to imply otherwise, but it very well may be that the additional turn lane from a continuous two-way left turn, that may be needed at critical intersections for some of the intersecting local streets. That, no question, that kind of carrying capacity. But at the link level perspective from a thoroughfare plan, the analysis probably indicated that 2 lanes were sufficient to address the growth. It's just as you get closer to undeveloped areas from the Drapers Cove area over to Loman Ford, that probably the additional carrying capacity is what's needed. David, is there any chance to follow up on your analysis there?
Yeah, just chiming in, the projections that we have for the build out for that roadway are somewhere between 12 and 14,000 annual average daily traffic, and that's well under the capacity for an 18,000 AADT, which would be the functional capacity for a 3-lane section of roadway. But that doesn't get to the point that Eddie is making, which is that improvements can be made at intersections that would have a tangible benefit, a tangible feel and benefit to traffic operations. But there's additional considerations like the existing development, like the steep grades along Boggy Ford Road that would make expansion of that roadway to a 4-lane divided roadway a very considerable jump.
Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a comment and then a question. The comment is, I'm going to back up Mr. Prince wholeheartedly down the Boggy Ford. There is a considerable number of empty lots still to be developed down there. And I would put on top of that a lot of the city's multifamily zone property is down in that area. It has been developed, it's being developed, it's going to continue to be developed. So I think you're going to continue to see an increase in traffic on that roadway down there beyond the split. And so I would just highly encourage you to look at that very, very carefully.
Would that be on the Highland Lake side, or is that on the Boggy Ford side?
It's actually on both sides. Yeah, if you go down to the end of Boggy where it ends at American, and I guess it continues, but I think it changes names. There's a ton of empty lots down there to be developed. But you come back up to where it hits with Pershing, I believe. That's where a lot of the multifamily is being built, has been built, and will be built. So that's certainly way down beyond the split at Highland Lakes. So I do think it needs to be looked at very carefully. The question I have surrounds what exactly it is that we're supposed to be approving. I see these maps with these green lines, and it's all great, but there's no like write-up on this. Is the thoroughfare plan literally nothing but these maps with the green colorations and the definitions of what those mean? Is there no thorough write-up on this that goes with it? And if there is, where is it?
Thoroughfare plans can take a number of, it's a very reasonable question. Thoroughfare plans can take a number of different forms, but at their base, they are maps with alignments and functional classifications. With the functional classifications, as long as they have a right-of-way associated with them, that is sufficient detail and information for the city to preserve those rights-of-way and alignments from development.
And I understand that's a huge part of why we're doing this, is to preserve the right-of-ways. I get that. It just seems like a little more detail, some detailed write-up would be a huge boon to this report to help people understand what they're looking at.
There is a technical memo that's going to be associated with this document, kind of justifying some of the recommendations. We're still in process for development, and so that'll be turned over soon. But there will be a backup technical document. Won't be a report, but it'll be more of a tech memo documenting the analysis.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make one final comment to you as you're presiding. My humble opinion is that this is the first reading. I don't feel comfortable approving it tonight. I'd love to see the document as they presented it, tonight, given to us, whatever this technical document is. I believe that should be forwarded to us. before we take a vote. And that's just, again, my humble opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sullivan. Mayor Ed Tidwell would like to ask a question or make a comment. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My question is speed limits. I haven't heard anything about speed limits with these types of roads. So when we're talking about Boggy Ford and Loman Ford Road, I understand, you know, the building going up, the growth going on. Are there associated speed limits with a major versus a minor collector? Because beyond the split at Highland Lake Drive, I don't want to see the speed limit go up going down. If we add a turn lane and now it's a major connector, and the speed limit, I mean, it's already 40 and I would like it to be 30. Yeah, I just wonder, is there speed limits connected to these types of roads?
That's an excellent question, Mayor. So again, want to repeat that our effort was really a minor effort to identify rights of way alignments to inform the costing for the impact fee program. Some thoroughfare plan efforts do get into the design speed for facilities, but that's typically considered an engineering consideration or an operational consideration. It's going to be informed by the conditions on the ground, and so the existing thoroughfare plan does not identify that, and nor did we get into that with our level of effort. However, much like Councilmember Sullivan's questions on some of the current operations, the traffic that's on the roadway today, the number of lanes that are out there today, those are operational considerations that are taken up essentially, you know, whenever there's the pressure and the funding to push a project forward into a capital improvement program window. So each time there's a development that's considered and a traffic impact assessment is proposed where they take traffic counts and whatnot, those are different opportunities to continue this transportation conversation. The thoroughfare plan really is just that 40,000 foot view of the overall network to form as the framework for growth.
All right, thank you very much. I was just wondering if by definition they had.
Yeah, there are some, within the functional classification of roadways, there's some general parameters with regards to spacing of facilities, typical volumes associated with those certain kinds of facilities. There is guidance on some speed limits. So generally, and we have a table, we can include that in the tech memo. Generally, minor collector class facilities are anywhere from 25 to 30 miles an hour, major 30 to 35. And as you get into the arterial class, you're at 35 to 45 and or higher when you get to the major arterial level. So there's some general parameters that we can certainly pull together and put that in the tech memo there. But David's right. Awesome. That is a derived response as part of technical and operational analysis. We're at the planning level, the higher level, link level analysis, if you will.
Mr. Bowe. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bowe.
All right, am I on? Can you hear me? Thank you, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Archidalova. My question would be to you, council, or if you could direct this to any of the people presenting. I live on Dawn Drive, so it is a 4-lane road all the way down to the roundabout. And then once you get to the roundabout, it goes down straight to the lake, and it's very narrow. There's a cliff on one side and a mountain on the other side. And so when you say you would make this part of your 4-lane road, I just wonder, where would you get that land? And also in some of this that you're asking to make these things wider, is it up to the city or the state to take people's land to turn them into roadways? Because I know there's like a buffer that's given, but sometimes when things grow really rapidly, I think it's eminent domain or something like that. The city can come in and take that land that's been spaced out as keeping you off the roadway. And so I just wonder, when you widen all this stuff, whose land will you take, and will you do another study that the people going down on these narrow parts of land don't want you to widen their road? So that would just be my question. Thank you, Arch. Sorry, Mr. Davila.
You're welcome. Ms. Marion, let me ask you a question, and I'll come back to you in just a second. Mr. Payne, I tend to agree with Councilor Prince in the idea that when you do these classifications of these roadways, I think it would be interesting to see the counts of vehicular movement that we see on these roads, because just intuitively, when you look at the amounts of traffic that we see on Boggy Ford Road being a 2-lane, there's just an inordinate number of people that are cars and trucks that travel that road. And it certainly seems to me, just intuitively, that it should be a wider road, whether it's 3-lane or 4-lane, I'm not sure, but certainly it handles an awful lot of traffic, and there's a potential for accidents as we continue to grow our city. So I would be very interested in seeing, what kinds of numbers were used to determine the capacity that these roadways are supposed to handle.
Absolutely, Councilmember Davila. And in the second phase, Eddie Haas will get into the roadway impact fee, which includes traffic counts that were recently conducted as part of that nearer term level analysis. Again, that analysis has more of a 10-year horizon on it rather than the overall framework. Absolutely.
Yeah. Ms. Marion, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Really, I just wanted to kind of reinforce several things that many of you have said. Number one, about the traffic down Boggy Ford. I live off of Boggy Ford, and a number of occasions I've had people, it's a non-pass, like you're not supposed to pass anywhere on Boggy Ford. I've had a number of people pass me at breakneck speeds. So I think a 3rd lane is certainly something that should be considered so that folks can, turn off or do what they need to do. But I had also a request. When we receive this technical document that has been mentioned a few times, I would like to request that it be provided to us in plain language so that we don't have to, rifle through a bunch of technical jargon, and that it's like easy to understand and digest, especially if it's going to be something that becomes a part of a city council packet later that other members of our citizenry might be looking at. And to reinforce something that Councilor Sullivan said, I personally am not comfortable approving this until I've been able to receive, or until we've received all supporting documents and data and had an adequate time to study those.
Duly noted. Anything more, Mr. Payne, Mr. Haas?
No, I would like to respond to, I believe it was Ms. DeVoe's comment. Remember, the thoroughfare plan is a high-level document, and it's aimed at looking at long-term build out of the city. And so it's a policy document. It helps to inform the public, the development community, as well as the public, hey, these are going to be the long-term needs of the community. And we may not be there now. There may be some environmental conditions. There was mention of Dawn Road. You got the cliff on one side that may prevent a roadway from getting to what we call ultimate standard. That's in your thoroughfare. So in some cases, some roads may just flat out not get there. But at the same time, with an eye toward still there's some remaining areas to be developed and things like that, and what the needs are, we're kind of need to be thinking big picture, so that as council receives these development applications, some of that stuff will have already been thought out. And so the question could then be put on the applicant saying, hey, wait a minute, you're suggesting we only need a 2-lane collector when the thoroughfare plan suggested a little bit more. You need to help us justify this before we make a decision. So it's a policy document at the approval level for the development process. Now, with regards to Dawn Drive, on which side where would expansion occur? that's when you drill down into the design. So as a policy document, Dawn is, hey, it's recommended that you enhance Dawn to 3-lane facility or add the two-way continuous left turn lane. And when it's in the design process, that's when they're going to go through and figure out least impact, whether it's on the right side or on the left side, vice versa. So that's kind of at the design level. Still, at the 30,000 foot big picture, there's the recommendation for ultimately that needs to be a 2-lane with a continuous left turn lane to help facilitate some of the turn movements. Akin to the comments from some of the other folks there, I think it was Councilman Prince and some of the others about maybe perhaps reconsideration of Boggy Ford and or Highland Lake from an undivided facility to a divided facility with that continuous left turn lane. Again, this is long-term visionary. In some places, it may or may not happen because of existing development, or the take is too great where it may have a negative impact on neighborhood. So, but that's through the design process. But all good comments tonight.
Thank you very much. I think at this point, I've heard enough comments from our counselors that we probably should continue this discussion. So unless I have any complaints from any of our council members, I'd like to just go ahead and leave this session open, this particular item open, and move on. So thank you very much, Mr. Payne. Mr. Haas, you've been very helpful. Mayor.
Yeah, weren't we supposed to hear something about the impact fees? Was it that part of the presentation as well?
I didn't hear that.
No, I believe it was just the discussion on the thoroughfare plan and how that informs the impact fee program, but that's kind of down the road.
Yeah.
If you will.
Okay, well, I heard that mentioned several times tonight, so I thought maybe we were that was going to be like part 2 of this.
No, let me just kind of answer that. So we have met with the advisory committee on land use assumptions and a preliminary CIP. That preliminary CIP is rooted in the recommendations from this thoroughfare plan as a draft. Nothing would move forward until this thoroughfare plan draft becomes approved. I mean, we may be working in tandem, but we can't make any action until this thoroughfare plan is approved. So by keeping this public hearing open tonight, the targeted September 2nd LUA land use assumptions and capital improvements plan public hearing, we're probably going to need to push that back.
Fair enough. All right, so we'll leave this public hearing open, and we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Okay, you bet. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to item number 6. This is a public hearing and a possible action on second consideration. The Lago Vista City Council will hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance of the City of Lago Vista, the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district for approximately 2.183 acres of land that is not platted but located within the boundaries of Lago Vista Travis Plaza, a subdivision of record in Book 39, page number 50. The plat records of Travis County, Texas, and generally described as being located at 20806 Bonanza Street, P2, Park and Greenbelt District, passive, to R4, multifamily residential district, and providing for related matters there too. This is a public hearing that's still open, and I have some people that would like to speak to this. Do I have anybody on council that would like to speak or ask questions about this?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think there's a point of order question here. As we were coming out of executive session, there were some pretty severe audio difficulties, and so we didn't get to hear the readout from the city attorney on that executive session, which bears on this item. And I'm wondering whether it's appropriate at this time to have the readout from the city attorney and then see if there's any action from the executive session on that discussion.
Fair enough. Ms. Olvera?
Thank you, Mayor. This was the only item for the public. This was the only item discussed in executive session. I provided the council some legal advice regarding the legal options they have for taking action on this item this evening. And, council may choose to discuss what those options are and the process and limitations that are impacting their decision making this evening.
Thank you. Councilor Prince, did you have further? Go ahead.
If you're open for action from the executive session, I think I have something to say there.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sullivan, did you have a question?
Mr. Mayor, I'd recommend you take public comment if you're going to take public comment, because we're required under open meetings to do that before you take any action this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'll open the public hearing is actually still open, so I will go ahead and take comments or questions from council and the general public. I'll start with Mr. Sullivan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just for the public's edification, I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the advice that we were given. We were told it was okay to speak about it. We were given 5 options, and only one of them really seemed to be the best option. And what it came down to is that as this recommendation came to us from planning and zoning, there was some deficiencies in some of the work that they did. And it would be inadvisable for us to try and move forward with this item, given that. And so it appears as if the best option for us tonight will be to remand this item back to planning and zoning for them to cure those deficiencies, and then at that point, bring it back to council. So I can't promise you that's what's going to happen, but my guess is that's likely to be what happens tonight. So just FYI.
Thank you very much. Well, let me go ahead and take public statements or questions from the general public. Ms. Van Ness.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Davila. Just a comment first as chair of the Parks and Recreation Committee, and then one as a citizen. I'm wondering why, if this was zone P2 for parkland and general recreational use, back when this deal was first being discussed or struck or whatnot, and promises made to the potential purchaser, why this property wasn't run by our committee. We're there and available to serve the city, and I think running it by our committee to do some kind of analysis or assessment and then present a recommendation back to city council or to planning and zoning would have made good sense. We just talked earlier about the importance of maintaining as much of these city-owned properties as we can to create these kind of mini parks or trails or green space for the city. And this would seem to be a case in point. It's close to the municipal center, great location. There are homes and multifamilies around there where a park could be very beneficial. And we think there's a bit of a mischaracterization of the property around the slope and the transmission lines to make it seem unusable for a park. And a number of citizens have walked the park and taken photos and looked at it and said, no, it's actually, we think we could make good use of it. So just wanted to put that in there from a committee standpoint, and also as a citizen, really wanting to take seriously the importance of preserving green space. And I speak from some experience. I lived for many years in the Washington, D.C. area in Northern Virginia. And Northern Virginia went from a very beautiful tree-lined bucolic place to a very urban place fairly quickly. I mean, quicker than you can imagine. And it's really, really difficult to reclaim green space or property once you've sold it or let it out to developers, whether they do anything with it or not, or flip it or whatever they're going to do with the property. So we need to work very hard as a city, as a community, to hold on to our green space and make sure we're doing highest and best use of some of these properties for the common good, not just to sell it off to developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I did have some people that signed up to speak on this item, so let me turn to them. Jane Brunswick, are you there? You was one of the, yes, Jane. If you'd like to make a comment or ask a question, feel free to do so. Hearing nothing from Ms. Brunswick, I'll turn to Ms. Darcy DeVoe.
Hello, Mayor, or I'm sorry, Pro Tem Arch Davila. I would just like to say, we all moved here. I'm going to try to read something really quickly. We all moved here for different reasons. Some city staff drive here and they only get to enjoy LV for hours of the day. But us who feel every day like we are living on vacation, and I thank Joyce and Clive Rutherford for that saying, because that's their mantra. But we all try to live that. And they are also the listing agent for this property. So they're my friends. But we are all invested citizens that know we can't stop the growth. But we wish to preserve just a small part, slivers, just small slivers of trees, of oaks, of land that we're never going to get back once the developers are done with it. And so I ask that I have taxpayer dollars. I pay taxes. I'm a homeowner. Just because I don't live in a mansion here, because I am one of these residents that live off Dawn, we too have tax dollars. And we want to see something green left. So to go from P2 and not offered to parks to an R4, giving this piece of property the ability to go 3 stories if they wish, I believe is what I took from the P&Z meeting. People grew up in this town and they played on that lot, and I didn't know that until I posted something, and that was really kind of interesting. And without much effort, we believe as Park and Rec Committee, we can turn that property into something wonderful. And I just hope that you remember that, and hope that you decide to either table this or look into it more or vote for saving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bo. Ms. Brunswick, would you like to make a comment or ask a question?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Lago Vista advertises itself as a scenic city. And as you, Mayor Pro Tem, have explained to me, that's pretty much on paper because we have a few ordinances that qualified us. So we haven't done much to actually make it a scenic city. We've already made one huge mistake with the land behind the police department. Right now, the biggest thing about Lago lifestyle, reason there's no developers going in nowadays without that we need to save this piece of land. It would tie in beautifully to Mayor Tidwell's idea of a municipal plaza in a nice area. We can use the power line corridor. LCRA now is planning power line corridors with pollinator plants. It would be lovely. We have talent that can put trails on a steep cliff, or steep hill, I should say. It'll also cut down on the erosion that's been a major problem with all the new building. So I don't want us to make another mistake in getting rid of our green space. And last thing, something my grandmother used to tell me, City Council, don't make promises you can't keep. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunswick. Mr. Levy, I think you're on my list.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, I agree with Kevin. I mean, I don't agree with him. I'm glad to hear what he had to say, that this piece of property would probably go back. But I have more of process questions that I'd like to have clarification on, not only on this piece of property, but on other properties that possibly are offered by or will be offered by the city for sale. So I'd like to know, first of all, I understood from the last meeting, the last council meeting, that this property actually was presented to a number of groups or entities across the city. And I believe it was Mayor Tidwell that said that they all refused it, that everybody refused it. But that's not, that doesn't bother me one way or the other either. What bothers me is, what is the process that the city has actually for asking these other departments for their opinions, or for if they do want this property or any other property? Do they actually, is there an actual written process? Is there any accountability for anyone that refuses this piece of property? You know, I've heard so many things in this city that if I don't see it in writing and validated by 3 to 5 people, I'm not so sure that I believe what I hear all the time. So that's number one. I'd like to know what the actual process for asking someone, another department, if they're interested in the product, I mean, in the property, because I've heard Ms. Van Ness and Ms. DeVoe seemingly on the Parks group, and they evidently weren't asked, or they indicate that they're not weren't asked. So that's number one. Secondly, what I'd like to know is there a list of properties that the city has for sale somewhere in a single document that a resident can look at? Because one thing that I'd like to know is, can anyone direct me to someone that can give me the date of either the LOI or the contract itself, and let me look at that and see when the property was also listed on the MLS? So you might ask, well, why would I want to see that? Because of some past dealings, I'd like to see if this property may have already been sweet dealed and not offered to the entire city. So I don't know what the city's position is on selling their properties, where they identify them. I know that you have an agent of record. Do they just go on MLS, and why isn't it, if you have an offer that comes in from somebody on one of these properties, why isn't it done like the FDIC, by the bankruptcy courts, and put out for bid to see how much the city can actually bring for this piece of property? And the third thing is, I don't understand why in a time of escalating prices, would the city be so willing to sell to a single party rather than seeing what the open market might bring first, and that would be in a situation of a bidding offer. If no one else wants the property, that's one thing. But if there are other people that may be interested in the property for a variety of reasons, maybe they want to buy it and donate it to the city for a park. I walked the property today, and yes, I listened to somebody last time say, well, they didn't believe that the property was able to be developed. Well, I believe that it can be developed, and I believe that if you look at, I don't know who the person that's offering who's offering to purchase the property, but there is another property of I guess they're condos that's not too far from me, that has a very difficult access to it. And what has happened on that street is all of their toys are parked up on the street and up on the shoulders. They have their cars down on the lots. So I'm thinking that if someone is thinking that this property is a difficult property to develop, that's great. But where are they going to park their toys? Are they going to park them on Bonanza? Are they going to park them on the side streets? I'd just like to find out if the city has really given this some thought, or if this was a deal that may have been done in a prior administration or before a new manager has come here. There's just something about this that just doesn't ring true in my mind. And I'd like to check out a few things. And if you could provide me with any of the names of any of the people that I could contact, do I do an ORR to Ms. Barton to find out the dates on the MLS listing and the contract or the LOI? I'd love to do that, and I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Understand your concerns. Wish I had some answers for you, but I really don't. Ms. Alvera, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Levy asked 3 questions with regard to, and so I want to be very clear that we can only answer those questions that relate to the rezoning of the property. The sale of the property is not on the agenda, so it would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act to have a discussion about the sale of the property. So with regard to the rezoning process, the rezoning requirements are specified in our ordinances in Chapter 14. So that is the process that our Planning and Zoning Commission has to follow with regard to rezoning applications. And then on the backside of that, that our council has to follow. So that's where you'll find the process related to rezoning. If you have questions about the sale of property, you'll have to address that on a different day, or if you want to submit something to the city with those questions, we can address those.
Thank you, Ms. Silvera.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, may I just ask Ms. Silvera one question? Do I address those questions to you directly, or do I address those to the council, or do I address those to Ms. Barton? Do I address those to the agent? Could you give me some direction? There may be some other people that have some questions that they may want to look into also. I think that we have to do we just have to do a good vetting of things that go on, and I'm dedicated to that. So if you could provide me with where you want me to send my information, I'll be more than happy to send you as many questions as you want.
Mr. Mayor, any questions can be directed to our city manager, Ms. Lavinka. If there are requests for documents, then that would needs to be done as part of an open records request through the city secretary, Ms. Barton.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Roberts, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just want to comment on a few things. Beg your pardon. Regarding this piece of property, I would encourage the council to consider whether this goes back to P&Z or not, ultimately, to preserve this property and earmark it. Don't change the zoning on it. Leave it as something for a park. It doesn't have to be developed like Sunset or any other park. My goodness, you can just go through there and cut trails. We don't see, think of the Balcones Canyonland. There's just trails through there. South of Barton Springs, the other side of the bridge down there, going past downtown, into that area. I forgot the name of it, but nothing but trails. This is a great place to put some hiking trails. Every city, as it embraces economic development, it needs anchors. It needs things that people can utilize in the city that they don't want to go to other cities for. And parks are an integral part of a city's development in that regard. This piece of property is also located close to residential development on several sides. And what we need are parks where people can walk to, not have to drive to, but they can walk to. And this is a good place for that. I would also submit to council that though this has come from P&Z, I don't know that there were any accurate findings made consistent with Chapter 14, Section 13.20 D and E, paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, which stipulate what the findings of fact are if one wishes to deviate from a zoning map. And that area is currently zoned for parkland. And that's part of our comprehensive master plan, as is noted in the future land use map. And to deviate from that, you have to have 3 findings of fact. And to the best of my knowledge, there is absolutely nothing which has occurred in the area of this park which would justify or provide the council with 3 accurate findings of fact, which would allow it to deviate from the future land use map. So please don't change the zoning on this piece of property. It's a really good thing for a park, trails. Let's hold on to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Ms. John Jupin.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Davila. I'm going to add my voice to what many have said here tonight. I went and with Deanna, we walked the property and I took pictures and video. And for me as a citizen and a member of the Parks and Recreation Committee, Advisory Committee, this is an absolutely beautiful and perfect area for a little neighborhood park that many people can walk to. We saw at least 3 people in a matter of 15 minutes walking their dogs. It would be an ideal little area for a dog park. It would be a great area for a ropes course or for a little, just a walk around with picnic tables for sitting. It's just a beautiful corner that's bounded by 3 neighborhood streets, and it has no extreme elevations. It's really just rolling elevations in my perspective, looking at many topo maps. It's got a little bit of a drainage area that can be easily massaged logistically and with not too great of an expense, I would imagine. And so I definitely am adding my voice to the request that we do not change the original zoning as allocating it to the parks, because we on the Parks and Recreation Committee would love to put some of our specific ideas in place here. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Sarah Teal?
Thank you. So to Mr. Larry Levy, I did actually see the land listed on one of the multiple listing services, and I saw it listed specifically as P1. So, you know, whoever was looking at that thought it was parkland. So, you know, wherever that's going to go, it seems like if it was going to be R4, it should have been rezoned and then it should have been listed as R4, and probably would have gotten the city more money if that had been done. So it feels a little bit unfair that somebody got it under the as parkland and at parkland prices and then gets to use it for R4. It doesn't feel right somehow. But regardless of that, the thing that I wanted to ask was, Councilor Prince mentioned last time that Chris Mobley had not put in his 2 cents about whether that land was able to be used as parkland. And so I was curious to know whether he had ever said yes or no, this could be used as parkland, and mostly curious about it because like Mr. Roberts said, one of the zoning requirements looks to be that it can't be used as parkland. Like that's one of the things that has to happen so that it can be rezoned. And I'm hearing from the Parks and Recs Committee, Park and Rec, that committee, that they think it can be used in the way that it is already zoned. And so that seems like it already puts it outside of those 3 requirements. But I am interested to know if Chris Mobley had anything to say about whether it could be used as parkland. Thank you.
Mr. Davila, may I comment on that?
Yes, sir.
I did ask Mr. Mobley if he had looked at this property or had any opinions on it. And when I first talked to him, he had not looked at it. He did subsequently look at it, and his feedback was consistent with the Parks and Rec Committee. He said he had several ideas of how it could be used as a park, you know, just off the top of his head at really fairly nominal investment. I will, to his credit, I will say that he very graciously said that he understands there is a need for multifamily housing in the city, and if that was the intent of the council to meet that need, he fully understood that. So, you know, I appreciated his open spirit. But to directly answer your question, he did have some ideas of how it could be used as park.
Thank you, sir. All right. Mayor Tidwell, on my list, I have Mayor's presentation. Do you have a presentation to make? You're muted.
You talking about under this public hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's what I do at the very beginning when I do the staff summary and read everything. So no, I would have already done that.
All right. So do we have, Mr. Weatherly, go ahead.
The only thing I'd like to put in here is Mr. Mobley did not work for the city when all of this was done. Mr. Mobley is a recent employee. He was not consulted because he was not employed at the time that all of this took place. And I would add that all of this came out with the council in open meetings, was discussed, that this was land we were getting rid of. Two of the things that we looked at for sure was that it looked too rough, in our opinions, to really be made into a reasonable park. And there is no water, and it has transmission lines over the top of it. You can't have that over a park. If you don't believe that, talk to the people out at Tessera. They're going through that right now with the Sunset Park. You've got to move those lines. They can't be there. It was not an expense that we looked at that we thought was reasonable. And it didn't seem that there was anyone that was interested in doing anything with this land as a park. Now, I think it's absolutely fantastic. The Parks and Recreation Committee is interested in this and is starting something. But don't look at this as something that we were doing out there without anybody knowing about it. Oh my God, we're sneaking this through to try to get rid of this land. No. When we started the process on this, it was a piece of land that was not being used and had been offered to other organizations who had no desire to do anything with it. It appeared, at least to those of us looking at it, that there was no reason to keep this land. So along with strips of land between people's houses that don't have any real value as far as a walkway or a trail, seemed like it was something that we could sell and make money for the city. That was the only thing that was trying to be accomplished. Now, there is a tremendous amount of interest in this now, and I am all for that. And with people having an interest in it and wanting to get something done with it, I'm all for it. But you have to remember that a lot of things have taken place in the last year and a half. A lot of things have changed. Values on land have gone up tremendously. I can't believe what some people are offering for land in our city. At the time when we initially looked at this, we put what was a fair market value for that land at that time. We put it up for sale. Someone wrote a contract on it and agreed to buy it. Did it need to go through more process than that? Didn't appear to us that it did. But there was no plot to get rid of this land. We weren't trying to hide this or to do something behind the city's back. The Parks and Recreation Committee at the time that we started this was doing little of nothing. I mean, all they could do was talk about Sunset Park. And it wasn't until after this all started that we got all the new members and we got a new liaison and things have really gotten active, and that's great. I'm all for that. And if we want to go through with making this into a park now, that's fine. But none of that was in place when we started this process.
Thank you, Councilor. Ms. Lucero, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I did just want to, Ms. Silvera said that the purchasing of this land or the selling of this land and the permitting or the zoning change were two completely different things. But on the zoning permit change that was filled out by Mayor Ed Tidwell does say to subdivide the lots for development of 2 family residences by a third party who will purchase this lot if approved. So it is very much connected. The sale is not going to go through unless we do this big zoning change. I am a mother. Yeah. Oh, I thought someone said something. I am a mother of a 6-year-old, and I am way more inclined to go hike for 30 minutes with my son at this park way before I would be going to Sunset Park. It's close. It's convenient. We can bike to it. We can walk around. It's close to the elementary where my son goes. It's right in the middle of the downtown scenic area that Mayor Tidwell has tried to push for so long. So having it be just another multifamily residence is not how I would like to see it happen. I would much rather like to see it as a little hike and bike trail somewhere. It's all shaded. It's beautiful. It's actual oak trees. I would much rather like to see it as a green belt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Levy, I already let you speak one time. Do you have something really quick?
Yeah, I just want to ask one thing. Mr. Weatherly has again said that they have offered this to all the departments. I would just like for him to be able to provide someone with validation, either a name of who they talked to or a signature denying it. I'm not going to just take it at his word that they talked to everybody. I've listened to two women here from the Parks and Recs, and obviously they were not offered it. Thank you.
Mr. Levy, we're not going to debate this.
No, I'm not going to debate it. I'm just bringing it to the front. I think people need to be aware of it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, could I please respond? Council Member Weatherly makes some good points.
No, ma'am, we're not going to debate this. Thank you very much for your input, though. I really appreciate that.
Well, I just want to make it clear, this would never came before Parks and Rec Committee. And yes, our mission was Sunset Park initially, but we certainly had the bandwidth to consider other properties that were zoned for parkland.
Ms. Vanis, you're out of order. Mr. Prince, did you want to make a motion? Or did you want to discuss something further?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was waiting for my microphone to turn on there. For some reason, there was a delay. I would suggest that we remand this decision on zoning back to Planning and Zoning Commission and specifically request that they consider the section 13, I think it's .20.d and E of chapter 14 and answer the question of whether those requirements or qualifications are met before their recommendation to either keep it as P2 or change it to something else.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Prince and a second by Councilor Sullivan. Any further discussion among council? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Let's move on to some action items. Number 7, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1892, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Agua Vista, Texas, appointing 2 individuals to fill unexpired vacant terms as members of the Golf Course Advisory Committee and to otherwise provide with respect thereto. I believe, Mr. Weatherly, you are the lead on that.
I have a point of order.
Recognize the mayor, please.
Sorry?
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
I do not believe the public hearing on the last agenda item was ever closed.
No, so we intended to leave it open.
Did we not take action? I'm sorry. Okay, did I misunderstand? Was the motion to leave it open? All I heard was to remand it. I didn't hear to leave it open.
I'm sorry. The discussion that we had in executive session at least hinted at that. Would you like to take that motion back and do it?
I just need a clarification, Aaron. Is that we have to state anything along those, or just by remanding it, does it automatically stay open?
Mr. Mayor, it does not automatically stay open, and the motion that was made did not include any reference to keeping the hearing open. without action on the actual hearing, it would stay, in theory, it would stay open, but it would be better, clearer for the record if someone made a motion to reconsider that item and readdress the motion.
If I may adjust my motion then?
Reconsider.
Can we have a motion to reconsider?
Motion to reconsider first.
Certainly. Motion to reconsider.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Mr. Prince, would you like to make that motion again?
Yes, sir. So I would recommend that we keep this public hearing open, but for future discussion in council, but that we remand this back to planning and zoning for them to reconsider the decision on the rezoning request, specifically considering Chapter 14, Section 13.20 D&E. Ms. Silvera, is that sufficient?
Yes.
Second?
Second, once again.
I think that was, I think Ms. Marion beat you to it this time, Mr. Sullivan. So we have a motion by Councilor Prince and a second by Councilor Marion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mayor. Moving on to action items number 7, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1892, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, appointing 2 individuals to fill unexpired vacant terms as members of the Golf Course Advisory Committee and to otherwise provide with respect thereto. And I believe, Mr. Weatherly, you are the lead on that.
I am. Hang on just a second. Trying to get down to the page.
Page 128. Page 128.
Yeah. Okay. We've recently had a number of individuals drop off of the Golf Course Advisory Committee, most of them due to moving from Lago Vista. And recently have had resignations by Chip Hamilton and David Faraz. I now have 2 individuals who have volunteered to fill their positions. And I would like to nominate Mike Froy and Larry Russell to fulfill the obligations by the individuals that have resigned the committee.
Mr. Weatherly, I have someone that would like to speak to that issue. Ms. DeVoe, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Arch Davila. I'm sorry, this is a little thing. I'm actually on the golf committee as well. So I'm hoping that this goes off well because we haven't had a meeting since March. And I believe we are under some type of obligation that we do have meetings and report back to City Council. So, but at this point, I would just like to ask Dick, because Dick Weatherly, or someone could ask Dick Weatherly, did this go out in a manner to look at the old applications that were in December, or did these go to new people, or did this go out to any group? Because there was a couple people online that got to me the other day that said they would have volunteered for this, but they had no idea we didn't have, we had space for people. So I would just like to add that I hope we get our committee back in line, and that if Dick has found people that will step up and we can get meetings going, that would be fantastic. But I'm just a little perplexed on the method of how this came about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weatherly?
Yes. If you should have heard it when we put out the word in the council meeting that we needed people to apply. No one applied. I contacted the people that already had put in requests, and they were either on 2 committees, as yourself or others, and did not feel that they could go on to a 3rd committee. I then started asking anybody I could find to possibly join the committee. These 2 individuals said yes, they would put in an application, and they did. Their applications were received less than a month ago. But our biggest problem is we haven't, with everybody that dropped out of the committee, we really haven't had enough people to have a meeting. And we've got to elect new officers because we lost all of our officers. So we will be having our meetings. We will get it going again, but we had to have enough people to do the meetings. Okay?
Questions on council? Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, Mr. Weatherly, I just wanted to find out, did you get an application in from a Jeff Cannon? I think he works down there at the golf course, and I just saw him one day and suggested that he put one in, and he said Chris was going to drop it off yesterday, I think. I know that's very last minute, but just wanted to know if it came in and if it was considered at all.
It could not be considered because he's a city employee.
Got it.
Oh, and by the way, Darcy, if you have other names of individuals that'd like to be on the committee, we still have an opening. Have them come down and fill out a form. We'll get them on.
Question by Mr. Prince?
I just asked Mr. Weatherly in his recommendation to distinguish the 2 terms. I think have different expiration dates, so probably it would be good if you would say which name is being nominated for which of the 2 positions.
Let's put them on in the order that they are on the sheet. Mike Foy for the term ending January of 2022, and Larry Russell for the term ending in January 2023.
Thank you.
And I believe Ms. Lucero has a question.
Ms. Lucero, go ahead.
I do, thank you. Are you guys going to, since these are officer positions, are you guys going to promote within and then fill the people who have already been there in the committee as the officers?
It will be a vote of the members of the committee for the officers. That's the way we've always done it.
Okay.
The committee nominates a chairman, a vice chairman, and a secretary, and they're voted on by the committee.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Any more discussion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept Mike Foy for a term ending in January 2022, and Larry Russell for a term ending in January of 2023.
And the resolution?
And approve resolution number 21-1892.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. All right. Moving on to number 8. This discussion and consideration and possible action regarding replacing a council member on the utility rate study subcommittee. The executive summary is that the council created the utility rate study subcommittee a few months back, and it consists of council members Paul Prince and Kevin Sullivan and Mayor Pro Tem Arch Davila. Mayor Pro Tem Davila has voiced that he is a bit overloaded and would like to relinquish his membership on this subcommittee. Council member Shalane Marion originally voiced a desire to be on the subcommittee, but was unable to be accommodated as we already had 3 members on the committee. Councilmember Marion is still interested in participating in the subcommittee, and the action tonight will be to accept Mayor Pro Tem Davila's desire to step down and Councilmember Marion's desire to join the subcommittee. Mr. Sullivan, you're the lead.
You said it all. I think it's that covers it.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion by council? Anybody in the audience? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion that we accept your resignation from this utility rate subcommittee and accept Councilwoman Marion as our new addition.
Do I have a second? Councilor Prince?
Yeah.
Councilor Prince?
Yes, I'll second that. My mic was off, sorry.
All right, so we have a motion to accept my resignation and fill it by Ms. Marion, and I have a second by Mr. Prince. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 9, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 2107-15-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, amending ordinance number 18-09-20-04, rules of procedure providing for publication, providing for penalties, an effective date, repealer, severability, proper notice, and open meetings clause. The executive summary here is that the Rules of Procedure and Policies Subcommittee, Arch Davila, David Williams, Kevin Sullivan, are presenting the revised Rules of Procedure document that contains the edits requested from the last council meeting. The revised document incorporates the substantive language from Resolution 18-1748 to allow for consolidated rules of procedure applicable to City Council and all regulatory and advisory boards, committees, and commissions. The intention is for Resolution 18-1748 to be repealed if the ordinance is adopted. Mr. Sullivan, again, you are the lead on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. What I would say is that what you see in our packet, it has a couple of changes. When I say a couple of categories of changes. There was capitalization changes that were made, and Ms. Silvera graciously accepted the responsibility for taking care of those. You'll see those changes throughout the document. And then everything else was accepted with the exception of 7.8.5.b. And we talked last time about the fact that on pain of death, we would only talk about this one section and make changes as appropriate to this one section and move on down the road. So I am asking, pleading, begging the council to look at this one section only, give whatever changes that you would desire for this one section, and we'll incorporate anything for this one section, and we will move on down the road with this item, unless it's just a real problem. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Comments or questions by council? Comments or questions by anybody in the general audience?
Well, I think you've got both Mr. Prince and Ms. Marion who had their hands
Sorry,
up.
I didn't see the hands go up. Okay, Councilor Prince, go ahead.
I'm just going to say that thank you very much, committee, for working on this and accepting all our changes, and I'm happy to move forward at this point as is.
Councilor Marion, did you have your hand up?
I did, thank you. I actually have 3 teeny tiny copy edits, 2 of which are in that section. One is just a little bit further down, and then I have one clarifying question about that new language. So copy edits, that first sentence, Councilor Sullivan, on what is page 19 of the document, the first line, part of the sentence that says, if the issue is judged by the city attorney to be of a nature that requires the full council to review, and I think it should be and adjudicate as it was before, not review and adjudication. I think that should be adjudicate, not adjudication.
That sounds like a
And then, what's that?
I was just going to say that sounds like a non-substantive change, but go ahead.
Yeah, these are, like I said, 3 tiny copy edits.
Okay.
That's one copy edit. A little further down, next to the last line in that same paragraph, if the council liaison does not address the situation, rather than if the council liaison continues to not address.
So the very last sentence, if the council liaison continues to not address the situation, you're trying to suggest rewording that?
Well, does not, just like continues to not is not actually proper. So it should be like does not.
I'll leave it up to the rest of the council if they think that's worthy of a change.
If I may comment, one of the things I suggest we can do is hear Ms. Marion out and potentially just incorporate her suggested changes into a motion, or not, as we so choose.
Yeah, and then the other one, again, a very minor copy edit, is actually on page 20 of the document. State mandated committee, state mandated to be written correctly should be hyphenated, because it's being used as an adjective. So section C, right before number 10, rules and committee meetings, it is second line on whether it is a state mandated committee. So I'm just suggesting to put the hyphen in between state and mandated. So those are the 3 minor copy edits. Then the clarifying question I have is going back up to page 18, bottom of 18, top of 19. The statement that says, again, if the issue is judged by the city attorney to be of a nature that requires the full council to review and adjudicate, then the issue will be brought to the council for action within a timely manner. And this is really a process question. Does that mean that the city attorney would do that kind of like over the head of the council liaison, or without first allowing the council liaison to address it? Like it would just go directly from the city attorney to the full council without the council liaison being involved in the process? Because that's kind of how it's written. So any clarity there would be appreciated.
Mr. Sullivan, you have a clarifying answer?
Just a second, I'm just rereading.
Okay.
So in the preceding sentence, it says, if the issue is with the committee chair, the council liaison will resolve the issue in consultation with the mayor and city attorney as appropriate. So the liaison is already talking with the city attorney. And if the city attorney comes to the conclusion that it requires full review by council, then it is brought there. But the liaison has already worked with the mayor and the city attorney at that point. So it's not going over the head of the liaison is what I'm getting at.
Wouldn't it then be the council liaison that would bring it to the council? Why are we saying that it would be the attorney who does that?
I'm assuming, and you know what happens when you assume, but if the city attorney has judged the issue to be of a nature that needs to be brought to the council, that it is a legal issue. And that's the reason why he or she is the one that is bringing it to council.
Ms. Silvera, can you elaborate on that? Wouldn't the move or the motion be rather the action be on the part of the council member?
These are your rules of procedure that you're adopting. It's not something that's formatted or formulated in accordance with any other legal requirements, and therefore the council needs to make a decision on how you want it to function. It could come through the city attorney. It doesn't have to. Many of these processes dictate that it goes through the council because you're addressing your own members' behavior.
Oh, and I'll add to this, the sentence doesn't say the city attorney is the one bringing the issue. The way the sentence reads, if the issue is judged by the city attorney be of a nature that requires the full council to review and adjudicate, then the issue, it doesn't say the city attorney, it says then the issue will be brought to the council for action within a timely manner. Doesn't state it's the liaison, it doesn't state it's the mayor, doesn't state that it's the city attorney. The appropriate person will bring it to the council for its attention.
I have a suggestion.
Mr. Prince?
I would suggest that to Ms. Marion's point, it might be a little clearer because we're already saying let's see if I back up here, the third line of bottom of page 18, it says the council liaison will resolve the issue in consultation with the mayor and city attorney as appropriate. And I think this next sentence is where the hangup is. If the issue is judged, and now there's 4 words that get us in trouble, by the city attorney. So this sentence would indicate that the city attorney is the one who makes the decision on their own as to whether to move forward or not. I would suggest if we strike those 4 words, because previous sentences already being clear, council liaison, mayor, and city attorney are working together. If instead the sentence reads, if the issue is judged to be of a nature, so strike the 4 words by the city attorney, I think that in my view meets the concern that Ms. Marion has and also meets the intent of this paragraph.
And is much clearer. Sullivan, do you accept that change?
Who did you ask?
I was asking you if you accepted that change, the change that's been suggested by Council Prince.
At this point, I am done. You guys can make whatever changes you like and put it in your motion.
Mr. Prince,
I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready to accept a motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
I move that we accept this document with the change to the final line of page 18 to strike the 4 words by the city attorney. And I will comment that I'm not including those little minor editorial comments earlier. I'm just saying I think this is a sufficient change. So my motion is to accept the document with the one change on page 18 by striking the words by the city attorney.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask Mr. Prince if you'll amend your motion for one thing, and that is that we do accept the change to the word, making it adjudicate instead of adjudication. Do you believe that's an appropriate change to make?
Yes, sir. I will accept that change, and I believe now that I think about it, I need to back up to the top here. It's probably appropriate to add to my motion that we repeal Resolution 18-1748.
That's part of your motion.
Mr. Prince, for clarity, would you repeat the entire motion?
Yes, if I can. So we accept the document with 2 changes. One is to change the word adjudication to adjudicate, as has been pointed out by Ms. Marion, and to strike the 4 words from that I mentioned before by the city attorney, and in it, additionally, to repeal Resolution 18-1748.
And I apologize, Mayor Pro Tem, but I'm going to make one more requested amendment to his motion. Please, that we do also accept all of the capitalization changes that were made.
I accept that amendment.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously.
Wait,
Hallelujah.
sorry. But
Sorry?
it's not just capitalization things that were in this document. There were words that were amended. I'm not sure why we called out just capitalization, but I'm not sure that amendment is correct.
Would you point out the places that the changes need to be
Yeah,
made?
like the word commission was added to some of the titles of the city committees. I mean, there were things other than capitalization that were in here.
A
But
point
I
of
don't mean
order,
to throw a
Mr.
wrench in, but-
Point of order, Mr. Devil. I think my motion was made and passed, and it was to accept this document. We called out some specific changes, so I think items that Ms. Marion is mentioning would be included in that. As such, I believe we've completed this.
Do we have concurrence there, Ms. Silvera?
The motion was to accept the document as written with those specific changes, so it would include the corrections as noted, it would include those corrections that are noted in the red line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, Ms. Silvera, will staff take on the responsibility for these final exceptions and changes, or you need me to do that? Just let me know.
We will we'll finalize the document and prepare it and distribute it and make sure that it gets put up on the website in its proper place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Keel, did you have a statement?
Yeah, I had a quick question about 2.2 under meetings shall be public. It looks like the end part where it's talking about, where it says, all meetings of the city council will be video recorded and posted to the city website. Meetings should be conducted in such a way that all recordings are possible. Currently, that translates to conducting the meeting in council chambers or via electronic means in a virtual meeting, but that last part about the virtual meeting was struck out. And so I was a little bit confused. I mean, obviously we're in a virtual meeting now, so I didn't really understand why that part was struck out.
I'm not familiar with what you're saying, but we've already moved on and passed the motion that was made. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Item number 10, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding scheduling budget workshops for council. And Mayor Tidwell is the lead on that. Mayor Tidwell?
Yes. All right. So we're on budget.
Yes, sir. Scheduling budget workshops.
All right. So we got some important deadlines here. One, because of Senate Bill number 2 that was passed in 2019, anytime a budget goes over 3.5%, that is our rollback rate now, requires citizen voter approval. We have to have a proposed budget to the state or to the elections, the comptroller. I can't think of actually who it is, whether it's Travis County or the state or whoever it is. But we have to have our proposed budget in by tomorrow. And then we have to have, yes. Aaron?
Today was the deadline, sir, and it was done. Tracy's confirming.
Yes, it was done.
Oh, that's right. Today is the 5th.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm off a day. So it was due today, not tomorrow. It was due today. Now, if we have a feeling that we may go over that 3.5%, then we have to have all of our budget meetings done, and we have to have a final budget recommendation to the state so it can be put on the ballot by August 17th. Same as with the applicants for city council candidates. Anything that's going to go on the November ballot has to be done by August. It complicates things because we don't even know what our revenues are from Travis County until July 26th. So that's one option. If we think we're going to go with the proposed budget over 3.5% growth, then we have to follow this one outline, and I believe Aaron provided y'all with the outline that shows the dates and everything. The second one is if we are not going to exceed the 3.5%, then we proceed just like we have in the past. And we can have all of our meetings from July, August, September, and finalize our budget in September, and it doesn't require citizen vote. So just to be on the safe side, staff and I made sure that the proposed budget was submitted today, just in case. Because if for some reason we did go over 3.5% and we didn't get that submitted, we wouldn't be able to get it on the ballot. So we got that submitted. Now, there it is. So yeah, so on the left-hand side is one schedule. The right-hand side is the other schedule. So I am suggesting that we have a budget meeting to get started really soon, and I'm going to ask our city manager to chime in here in a little while. To look, we got to look at this proposed budget. I mean, right away. That was put together with the timing with Tracy, with on board yesterday. A quick turnaround. Council needs to get their eyes on this proposed budget and make this decision. If we're going to follow the schedule on the left or if we're going to follow the schedule on the right. Just personally off the top of my head, I definitely do not see us exceeding that 3.5% growth. But just to be on the safe side, we did go ahead and put in that proposed budget, and that's just my feelings, but we need to look at it. And then beyond that, we need to decide however many budget meeting workshops we want to have to get through this, get to a point where we can have a final budget. My question is, I don't know everybody's schedule. I don't know what works great, what works best for our city manager. We have not really been able to have a full discussion just yet. Do we want to have multiple sessions that are 4 to 5 hours in length, or do we want to do one full day, 8-hour session? What works best and how often, and everything that goes in with this budget workshop. So right now I'm going to ask Ms. Lavinka to provide her thoughts on scheduling budget workshops, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So in cases where we're trying to put a budget together under this very tight constraint, we are up against a deadline. The first one being met today. We have sat down with myself in the finance department and looked at quite a bit of the budget. I too agree with the mayor. I feel like we are in a good place that we would not have to go for any election. But again, this is your budget. So when we bring those items to you, it is going to be an aggressive schedule. I think that we can get it done in 2 days. I think that there will be an opportunity for us to present the budget to the council and then let the council have some time, rather it be short, to make the deadlines. So my apologies. But I think that after the council has looked at the document and come back to staff, I think that we can actually get something done in 2. I don't think a third day would be necessary. I think we will get more benefit if we do quite a bit at the very beginning. In other words, staff can explain what is in our budget document, and then we can go through it at a pretty nice pace to be able to explain all the pages that you are looking at, and at that time allow the council to have some time to chew on the document themselves, and then come back and have another discussion. And I think we can do this in a midst of maybe 5 to 7 days so that we can make our deadline, because we still have to do a posting no matter what, and we still have to get all of our documents in shape to a point where it is no longer a draft, it is a final document. So I'm glad to answer any questions as far as the budget process. I know this is new. I know that there are a lot of changing things. I appreciate that you waited until I got here, but now it's kind of like we hit the ground running.
Well, I will make the statement. We didn't really intend to drop this on you on your first day. I knew there was the SB2 guidance out there in elections, but I just didn't realize until Monday afternoon, when I was putting the final touches on the agenda, that I got to thinking about the deadline for getting this submitted to be on the ballot. We actually discovered this timeline. So we didn't really intend to dump it on you like this the first day. So we were looking more like the right-hand side than the left-hand side.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm just going to consider this a test and an opportunity, and we will definitely meet the deadline.
So when do you think you could have the budget document ready for council to review?
So, and I appreciate that. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I know that you have a couple of other questions as well, but we are hoping, so today we got the draft. We still need to work on the CIP. So there are a couple of other things. We would like to not bring this to the council until we actually can get some good analysis on some numbers that are supposed to be coming in, but they won't be coming in until late in July. So we're kind of working with a crystal 8 ball right now. I think that whatever we're estimating or that we're looking at, I think that we have some pretty solid numbers that can go in, just because we know what the dynamics are right now, and we know what the building is and the property values and things of that nature. So I think that we can get this done by the beginning of August so that we can start having those meetings the first week of August.
Okay. So we got council meeting on the 5th, so that's probably not a really good day. So
we can propose August
the 3rd or the 4th of August.
Mayor, quick question, if I might.
Sorry, you broke up.
Oh, my question is, what's the deadline for when we make the decision whether we're going the left schedule or the right schedule?
Let's see. I'm trying to look at the
Erin,
schedule here.
I think she's helping you. So August 5th is the last day for us to do publish our notice of the budget hearings. So
But we have to make that 3.5% decision by August 5th. And so just backing up from there, we don't want to have a meeting on the 3rd and then have to turn around and make a decision by the 5th. We'll want to have a look at it at least a couple times before we make that decision. Is that not an accurate statement?
I think that is an accurate statement. So
it seems like we're going to have to meet in July. I realize we may not have all the information, but we need to at least be getting familiar with it so that we can make that decision at the very end as the final pieces start to come together. And again, in my humble opinion.
All right, let me go to 15 down here. So yeah, I potentially in the cover sheet, I put meetings starting as early as next week. You know, and so we can at least get an idea of whether we want to, which schedule we want to follow.
And I would encourage the council, it is up on our website. So we have posted it. What is the draft right now? I would definitely encourage you under this aggressive schedule to go in and start familiarizing yourself with that document, knowing that it is just a draft, it is not the final, and that we still need to add the CIP into it. But I think this will help get you acclimated to some of the decisions that are going to be made. And I would definitely say that's a nice place to start before we start having these meetings, because it is at your access right now.
Is that an update from the one that Star sent us maybe a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay, so we do need to go download that. Okay, thank you.
So,
question?
I mean, I'll take suggestions from anyone. I'm sorry, I'm like Mayor Pro Tem Davila. I can't see anybody's hands though. But I'll take suggestions on when y'all want to meet.
I've already got it blocked in my calendar for next Thursday. I think you had put that maybe somewhere. And so if that's, I think I had it blocked for the Charter Review Committee, because that's another thing that we're going to have to deal with in a very short cycle. So we've got to fit both these things in a short period of time.
That is correct. Yes, I did not mention Thursday the 22nd because that's what I have set aside for the first review of the charter. That's the next agenda item.
Do we need to meet on both over the next couple of weeks just to fit everything in?
My recommendation would be yes.
Yeah, I see some Mr. Prince nodding his head too.
Yeah.
It may be a heavy schedule, but I don't know that we have much of a choice. I apologize, Mayor.
Suggestion, Mayor, if you could stop sharing your screen, we may be able to see cameras better.
Okay, that's not me, but.
Oh, whoever it was. Okay, sorry.
So if I may, real quick, Aaron, can I ask that Mayor Pro Tem Davila read in the next agenda item and we open both of them up at the same time so we can discuss the schedule for both of them? Because it's kind of hard to talk budget dates knowing that we've got another one out there.
Yeah,
I can do that. Ready?
Yes.
Item number 11, discussion, consideration and possible action regarding scheduling a special called council meeting to review recommendations from the Charter Review Committee. And the mayor is the lead on this one as well.
All right, so now that they're both read in, I've got the 22nd of July for our first reading. We have over 40-something charter review recommendations. I don't know if we can get through all 40-something in one day. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. I don't know. So I put in there the 29th, which is another Thursday, as a second reading in case we don't get through the first one. And then I put in the next Thursday or the next Wednesday of August 4th as when we review the actual ballot language on what does get approved in the first two meetings, and giving us the option where when we get to Thursday, August 5th as a council meeting, if we still have something that we need to review, we have that fourth date available. And then that gives us time to get everything done, translated into Spanish, and everything ready by August 16th, when it's due to the elections division. So now we need to work budget dates in and around those. If everybody's good with those days for charter, then we need to work, at least one budget day into July so that we can look at this proposed budget and decide which route we're going. So whether we want to do it 2021 or if we want to wait till the next week, 27, 28, y'all let me know. Because I am on vacation until August, so I'm available every day virtually. I may be sitting on the beach in North Carolina on my laptop, but I'm available any day. So
I'm
yes,
available all
Councilor
those days you
Marion.
mentioned.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the one request I would have is I'm not on vacation and I do work full time. So getting away a number of days at 2 o'clock is not going to work for me. I would suggest that if we're proposing starting charter review meetings at 5:30, that we might consider doing the same for the budget workshops, just because I feel like the majority of our citizens also work and would like to be able to participate in these budget workshops live, actively as they're going. And I think that it would be nice if we could give them the opportunity to do so. And starting after the typical workday ends, I think would be more conducive to most of our citizens. Certainly to me.
Mayor, I have a question for our new city manager. Ms. Levenka, do you anticipate staying on the same schedule for our staff working Monday through Thursday, 10 hours? Or are you considering changing to a 5-day work week? Have you?
Right now I have not considered a 5-day week. That does not mean that we cannot hold a meeting on a Friday.
That was going to be my point. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know I'm the lead, but I'm not recognizing everybody necessarily. So Councilor Prince, I guess.
I would just suggest, and I respect Ms. Marion's comments, that perhaps we're going to need to do 2 evening meetings per week, right? Where one of the evenings is dedicated to budget and one of the evenings is dedicated to charter changes. The schedule you laid out for charter changes, I think, is a good one. I'm good with that. And then I would suggest maybe we just need to pick another evening of the week for for budget meetings and plan to do several of those. And I would ask Ms. Levinka when she thinks we could have our first useful meeting. We don't want to have a meeting just to have a meeting and it not be productive. So I would say the first meeting we could have is probably going to be dependent on when she feels like there will be enough content there that it makes sense to meet.
I appreciate that. So since we've already got a meeting on the 22nd for the charter review, it is going to take us a little bit of time to get the rest of the CIP taken care of. One of those things being the factor of the American Rescue Plan Act. We'd like to get a little bit more clarification, and we do have a deadline to put in our application for that. So that is going to have a impact on that. So I would say that probably the following week is the first time we're going to have a document that is worth having a conversation around, so that you can have everything, knowing that the CIP is very important and it has a big impact for the general fund. So if we wanted to, we could do several meetings then the week of the 26th. I think there will be enough there for us to have a conversation. That's not to say that we may have some additional information coming along, but again, this is not customary. This is something that we are working under the gun.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was just going to make the comment that I agree with Ms. Marion. I don't have any problem meeting in the evening. I think that's perfectly fine for me. And the dates that you laid out, it sounded like 22nd, 29th, and 4th for charter review, I think is what you said. And then for budget, maybe we consider the 27th, August 3rd, and then we'll be able to make our decision by the 5th if we still need the more time on our regular council meeting on the 5th. Does that get us to the point where we can make that decision about left side, right side in a timely fashion?
I want to make sure you're asking me.
I think so.
I do too. And the reason why is because we need to make sure that we want to make sure that we get that number from TCAD, which is supposed to be coming in on the 26th. So that's why I said we want to make sure that we get you a document that we can work with, but we also know that there could be a change. It is imperative to get the TCAD number before we can tell you whether or not we're going to be over that tax rate. I am trying to be optimistic that we won't, but I don't want to lay an expectation since we don't have that number.
And to answer your question, I recited all those dates. It was really for everyone, because everyone's going to have to chime in and say whether they can make those dates or not. And I kind of just wanted to lay them all out as I understood them.
I have a question for Ms.
Well, I'd also like to get a little. Councilor Weatherly?
Ms. Hedlinka, got a question. Really, is that 2 days enough to get that document together, or would we be better off maybe planning on doing it like on Friday the 30th and giving you 3 or 4 days to get that together? If you're going to try to do all the CIP and everything after we get that number on the 26th, that just sounds like an awful lot of work to have to get done in 2 or 3 days.
I appreciate your consideration and thank you. We're going to try to get that CIP done next week. We had a deadline on the 31st. So we are doing some look at some of the projects to make sure that what we bring back, they are relative and they are funded projects. And so we will get that done next week. So all we will be waiting on is the number on the 26th. And we have some estimates right now. We want to make sure that they come in the way that they are estimating those. So that will be a small tweaking that we need to do. So I feel comfortable that we could have a good document in the beginning of that week, probably the 27th or the 28th.
My recommendation would be that we wait until at least the 28th to give them at least a couple of days to get that document put together. 27th seems like to me that'd be really pushing it.
Yeah, as long as we do it in the evening, I can do that. The afternoon, I'm a little tied up.
So I know council's preference is in the evening, especially because some of us have things during the day. We'll be able to have our staff available in the evenings in addition to their commitments already?
Well, for myself, I serve at the mercy of the council, so I will definitely be there. I am taking into consideration our finance director. She has given me some dates, so we need to stay away from the 30th for her consideration, which is a Friday. But the rest of the staff, they know that it's budget time. They know that we need to get this done, and so we will make accommodations, but this is something that cannot wait. We have a deadline. I believe that staff would like to make the recognition that if we don't do this, we don't have a budget. So some things are just necessary right now.
Okay.
My recommendation is going to be that we do it in the evening on the 28th for budget, evening on the 29th for charter review. And then the next week, y'all can do whatever you want to. I'm not going to be here.
Well, and just to add to that, I think we were talking about the first charter review on the 22nd.
22nd and then again on the 29th.
Okay.
Yeah, if needed.
Yeah.
If needed. Let's hope
All
we
right,
don't.
so I'm making notes. So July 28th for the first initial budget, just to go through the proposed budget. And then the next week, what day were we looking at?
So
The
I have
3rd?
July 22nd as the first charter review amendments. Now, if you would like to use the first half of that meeting to go through the book, we can do that, but I think we're going to be pushing it really close. So I have charter review on the 22nd. I have the first review for the budget on the 28th, which gives 2 days after TCAD brings in the numbers. I have the second charter review amendment on the 29th of July. We can do the second meeting for the budget, either the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th.
But I thought if we needed one more charter review, we were going to do on the 4th.
We can do the 2nd, the 3rd, or the 4th, whichever of those work.
Well, what I'm getting at is I thought if we're going to have a budget and a charter that week, yay or nay?
Okay. So let me clarify. Hard dates for charter. The 22nd and August 4th. Those are hard dates. The 29th is put in there tentatively if we can't get through everything on the 22nd. Okay. And then the 5th is council meeting that we can use for whatever. But the only real true hard dates are July 22nd, August 4th for charter review, and then the 29th. I wanted it put in there just in case we couldn't get through 40 something on the 29th. I mean, on the 22nd. So that's charter. Now for budget, I have July 28th is the first one. Are we going to meet again early August? 2, 3, 4. Yes, no.
And I thought we were for the budget, so we would have 2 bites at the apple before we have to make our decision about left side and right side schedule. It can be like the charter review on the 29th. It could be optional if we get a decision made on the 28th.
All right. So I recommend August 3rd.
Okay.
All right.
And all of these meetings will be virtual.
It is my understanding that we're virtual until September. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just the easiest route, trying to make the hybrids. We were having so much trouble with hybrids.
Yeah.
We either got to do one way or the other. So until September 1st, I just say we do all virtual.
I'm ready.
All right, so now, before we take any action, I see Miss DeVoe's hand. Arch, you're still running the meeting, so.
Oh, yes. Well, fell asleep.
Thank you.
You have
Mr.
to
Vogt, go ahead.
DeVoe.
Because I couldn't respond, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I can't respond. So I would just like to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Archibald-Dalava.
You don't have to.
I was just sorry. I'm really bad with names. Mine's easy.
Mayor Pro Tem is enough.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I would just like to add, if someone's running the budget, we know about FEMA, we know we have this huge storm, but we still haven't seen any numbers. And as a concerned citizen, I would like to see some numbers of what happened with the storm and what it's cost us, just in case FEMA isn't going to cough up any money to us and it becomes a tax burden. So that would be the one thing I say. And we have discussed so many dates and so many times and everybody's schedule that please put this out onto Facebook. It is one of the quickest ways to get everybody to respond, at least get it to the city app of what dates these budget meetings will be. Make sure that the public can see what the budget items you're seeing. Last year, we had a big problem with the, I don't know, Texas something was holding our records and we couldn't see what you were seeing. And so it was a big deal. A lot of people I know are number people. And so if we can see the same thing you can see as citizens, I really think that is good for all of us. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. DeVoe. Ms. Christina Lucero.
I love what she said about FEMA. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. I love what she said about the FEMA numbers and the storm numbers. I'd love to see all of that information as well. And exactly what she was talking about last year, we had ClearGov, which was different than what we had the budget on the website. So I would ask that we pick one or keep both the same, but we were working with two different budgets last year and it was really confusing and got us in some trouble. Thank you.
Thank you.
Confusing for everybody.
I think Ms. Slavenka will make that final decision.
Yeah, I mentioned that to her the other day, and I'm pretty sure the consensus is we're not going to be using the ClearGov. She hasn't necessarily said so, but I did not get the impression that that was something she was looking at using. So, yeah.
Mayor, I wrote down the dates for the charter review, and I wrote down the first date for the budget. What was the second date?
August 3rd.
August 3rd. Thank you. I wanted to add one thing. We were discussing how long it's going to take to get through these things. Looking at the charter review, there are over 40 amendments that are going to be recommended. However, there are actually only 40 that are hard and fast changes that are substantive. Non-substantive changes can be made just like an editing kind of thing. Those are not going to be hard to get through, but we can count on 40 of them to actually discuss that are going to have some merit and that will require us to do a little.
Okay. So I'm good on my end. So Arch, if
you
want to entertain a motion on one of the agenda items.
Yeah, let's
do one at a time.
Yes, sir. Let's do the charter review. Have a motion and a second on the dates that we discussed. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Prince,
I just question around, we didn't have any discussion around time frame other than evening. And I know council meetings, executive sessions start at 5:30, but the formal one at 6:30. Is there a leaning on council whether we start these meetings at 5:30 or 6:30? I would be inclined to start earlier to allow ourselves more time to get more work done.
Yeah,
5:30 would be best.
Okay.
I would say 5:30 works for me. So the
right.
motion is,
I will make the motion that we schedule charter review amendment recommendations on July 22nd, July 29th, and August 4th, beginning at 5:30 p.m.
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously.
Before you start the next one,
All right, and then I will.
my apologies, but I want to make it sure
I'm sorry.
everybody understands that on August the 5th is when we need to have everything deadlined for us to make our commitment for the state. So we are going to do everything we can to get good numbers and good direction from you as council, so that when we come back on August the 3rd, that it is merely to make sure that we have all got the same consensus for the budget, because we have to get it published by August 4th. So I just want to make that clarification so we don't veer off down any rabbit holes or anything like that. We are on a very tight schedule. Aaron also has something to add.
That's your deadline, Mayor and Council, for publishing notice of the
Proposed rate.
budget hearings. So really, you don't have to have your budget finished. It's you need to have decided very clearly whether or not you're going to go in column A or column B. If you end up in column B, where you don't exceed the voter approval rate, you may be forced into that if you're not ready to commit to exceeding the voter approval rate, which would only mean for you that you may have to trim the budget a bit. So don't feel like you're forced to have an ultimate decision. You haven't had your official budget hearings. That 5th date is the date you have to publish notice in the newspaper of when you're going to hold the official budget hearing. So
We're just choosing our path by that day, not submitting the budget by that day.
you will have to choose your path preemptively before that date, so that if you choose column A, we can publish notice in the newspaper by the 5th.
Got it.
Because that's the last day to actually publish the notice. So we got to be able to get information to the statesmen so that they can run the notice for us.
So really the meeting on the 3rd, we've got to have a decision coming out of there.
That's
Whether
why.
you're in column A or column B, right?
Yep, that's why I said that first date, we really need to hunker down and have some good conversation about this budget, so that when we come back on the 3rd, we feel very confident.
so the two dates that I've heard are July 28th, this is for budget, July 28th and August 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yes.
you got it.
Pick the time to them.
At 6:30.
All right, so I will make a motion.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I will make the motion that we schedule our budget workshops for July 28th and August 3rd, beginning at 5:30 p.m.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Did we need to take public comment before we do this vote?
I thought we did with, we
I
had
think we
Darcy
did on the
DeVoe and
first one.
Christina
I thought we did on the
Lucero.
first one, but I didn't think we did on this one. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, there was nobody with their hand up. So,
Yes, it was.
And they were,
They both talked about the budget, which is the one we're doing right now.
I'm recognizing the fact that Ms. Lucero had her hand up and was not called on.
Ms. Lucero, did you have a comment to make?
Oh, sorry, no, somebody said something about 6:30 and I said 5:30, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay. All right, it's getting late here. So we have a motion for 5:30 meeting for the budget on July 28th, same time on August 3rd. That motion was made by Mayor Tidwell and seconded by Mr. Weatherly. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye.
Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. All right. So is Mr. Street is available here. This next item is number 12 on the agenda. This is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding an interlocal agreement with TIPS USA. At the July 12th council meeting, staff was instructed to search out new vendors for upgrading the council chamber's audiovisual equipment. After searching for vendors that would be capable of fulfilling the needs, we are not finding any. We have looked into putting the proposal through a cooperative purchasing system, TIPS, the interlocal purchasing system, which requires us to become a member to utilize their vendors and complete the competitive bidding process. We have verified that this cooperative has the vendors we require to complete this project. To become a member, the city has to complete an interlocal agreement with them. Staff is asking council to approve and sign the agreement so that we can start the bidding process with TIPS USA. And Mr. Street, you are the lead on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. The cover sheet says it all. We would like to be in a cooperative. We are a member of other ones, but each cooperative, I guess, gears towards separate projects. This one, we'll be able to use the full potential of the cooperative and all their members, and they will send the bid out to all of them. We'll receive bids back from any qualified vendors, and I'll be able to propose it to council.
Okay, any questions from council?
I have one.
Mr. Weatherly, go ahead.
Yeah, Dave, is there any fee or any payment requirements that go with this besides using their vendors?
Mayor Pro Tem, Council Member, no, there is no fee for the city. The members who are part of the cooperative pay them the fee to join the cooperative so that they are part of a bidding process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a date that we would like to get this this interlocal agreement to them?
Pro Tem, if we could schedule to sign it as soon as you can, as soon as we get the signed document, we can send it off to them and they will give us a member number. And then we can submit the quote to them and they will send it out to all their vendors.
Okay. Any questions from council? Any questions from our audience? Ms. DeVoe.
Sorry, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we are going to go into a co-op thing that gets IT people to sell us equipment. Is this what I'm hearing? Because I work in some IT stuff just a little bit, and I don't really understand it. But I know that there's IT people out here that would jump on this bid like hot rockets and to get with the city. And so I'm just wondering why we have to go out and not put in just like the normal bid, like we post it in a paper and online and blah, blah, blah. Why we need to come into a co-op. So that would be my question. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Darcy. Yeah, these cooperatives are used to validate the Texas bidding process when a certain amount goes over. So you have to put it out to a lot of vendors to satisfy the Texas requirement. there are some local people, but they can't satisfy what we need in the project. When we send out the bid, if they're part of the cooperatives, they're more than welcome to bid on the projects too. It allows us to reach multiple vendors and get the most competitive price for the city. That is really the best way for us to do it.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I'm open for a motion. Ms. Weatherly?
Make a motion that we approve joining the interlocal agreement or signing the interlocal agreement with TIPS and authorize the city manager to activate the contract.
I have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
You're welcome, sir. We're nearing the end. Item number 13, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 21-07-15-02, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, pursuant to Vernon's Texas Codes Annotated Local Government Code, Chapter 102, Section 102.007B, providing for amendments to ordinance number 20-09-17-02 for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021. Amendments to said budget by department are set forth in Exhibit A attached to this ordinance. The executive summary says, one of the city's lift stations partially failed as one of its two pumps burned. We suspect it was due to the power outages, but we can't prove it. The replacement pump costs $49,650. The installation also needs another $2,000 for miscellaneous items such as electrical wiring. This project was an urgent repair and staff already ordered the replacement pump. However, because the budget year is far from over and there will likely be other expenses not related to the issue at hand, staff would like to leave the already available funding intact. The city staff recommends transferring $51,650 from the utility fund balance to cover the cost of the new pump. And the lead on this is our engineer, Eric Belay. Is Mr. Belay there?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, you summed it up pretty much. I don't have any other comments unless council has any questions.
I would have one question for you, Mr. Belay. The amount $51,650 exceeds the $50,000 limit for not going out to bids. Is that correct?
That is correct, but that amount is not the bid amount. That amount includes other work that is not something that gets bid together. So the actual amount for this pump was $49,000 and change.
Okay. Yeah, $49,650. I see that. All right. Any questions from council?
When it's an emergency situation like this, we get an exemption from having to do the bidding process, right?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct. In urgent situations, typically, and maintenance, actually, all when it comes to water and sewer plant maintenance items, those are exempt from bidding requirement. However, budgeting is not, so that's why we're here before you guys.
Mayor Tidwell, did you have?
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, I get Ms. Lavinka and maybe Aaron to even chime in here. My understanding, this is not necessarily an emergency purchase. It is urgent, but I don't know that it was an emergency purchase. So I don't know if the exemptions are in place for this actual purchase. But what we're talking about right now is the budget amendment, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
But I just want to make sure that this project, this lift station project, I want to make sure that this purchase of the pump is the only thing that's in this project. I just want to make sure there's not something else out there that needs to be considered for this project that would put the total project over the $50,000. So can Eric or somebody, can y'all confirm this is all there is to that project? It's just the pump, and then
Installation and wiring.
Yes, Mayor, it was simply a pump that burned out that we tried to repair it, but we were told that the cost to repair it would be the same as the cost to buy one. So we didn't really have, we didn't have much choice on that.
But to clarify, Mayor Tidwell, you are correct that the pump will cost the $49,000 and some change. There will be the wiring and some installation, and that was the other piece that puts it over the $50,000. So the pump itself is below the $50,000, and including for the entire project, what they need to do, it will be over the $50,000. It was not an emergency. It was considered urgent. That is why we are coming to council for you to make the amendment so that they can follow through with the purchase of it so that we can get the pump replaced and get the lift station back working.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. O'Hara has a statement.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. The mayor mentioned had a question about the procurement side of the process. There are 2 exceptions that could apply regarding the bidding process. One has to do with exempting projects that where it is the parts because of unforeseen damage to public machinery, equipment, or other property. This was an unforeseen burnout of the pump. It wasn't something that was expected to have failed on us. The other exception to the public bidding laws has to do with public health and safety. Because of what this pump does, if that station fails, then you're going to have sewage and you'll have a public health issue. So there are 2 potential exceptions if those need to be applied.
Thank you very much. I like hearing that second part. Anybody else? Mr. Prince.
I'm a little confused by the wording in the executive summary. So specifically the 3rd paragraph, I guess, single sentence paragraph there. However, because the budget year is far from over, there will likely be other expenses not related to the issue at hand. Staff would like to leave the already available funding intact. So if I'm understanding, there is enough funding in the Public Works budget to cover this cost. There's a fear that they may run out of funding before the end of the year. But I guess, on the one hand, we got a very, very, very large Public Works budget, and a $50,000 amount is really a pretty small portion of that. I'm wondering, do we really need to do a budget amendment, or can this not be absorbed within the existing budget of Public Works?
Mayor and council, I'd like to address that if you would. So the Public Works does have several line items in there. If we were to put them together, we could come up with about $35,000, I believe. But one of the things, and then Star can correct me, one of the things that the auditor had requested us to do is to try to use a appropriate line item in the budget to pay for things. So, but that line item in the budget only has about $12,000. We'd rather not touch that for this one and just leave that for the next few months in case something else happens. So in short, we're trying to spend it out of a particular line item, if I'm not mistaken, and that is the reason why we're here for the budget amendment.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
So does that mean, just following up on that, does that mean that the overall budget for Public Works is likely to come in as planned, Mr. Blais, or that the overall budget is going to come in, you would at this point project the overall budget is going to come in at $51,650 over? I'm just trying to interpret what you're saying.
So overall, we anticipate being well under budget for the whole of for all the Public Works.
Yes, Ms. Marion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm just wondering if this might be a little backward. So kind of like to piggyback on what Councilor Prince was saying, I wonder if this expenditure shouldn't come out of the appropriate line item, and then if something else comes up, then maybe that comes to council to consider a budget amendment to transfer funds. I'm just wondering if we're thinking about this backwards.
Council, sorry, go ahead, Star.
I just wanted to clarify that this particular item needs to go in the asset lines in the lift station budget. There was not enough funding in the lift station budget to actually cover the expense. Eric was trying to use pieces of like unanticipated and some of the other line items that are, but we still would not have had enough money overall to cover the cost of the pumps. So I suggested to him that we try to fund the whole thing through reserves so that we leave those other line items open, since we have 3 more months still of this summer to cover. If we don't wind up needing it all, that's wonderful. But we had to make a decision pretty quickly, and it does need to be in the lift station budget on the asset line.
Ms. Marion, go ahead.
So I appreciate that clarification from Ms. Lockwood. So that is this something that if at the end of the year there ends up being money left over in those other line items, it would go back to replenish what was transferred out of the utility fund reserve?
No, ma'am, it's just money that wouldn't be spent to begin with.
Final question. Do you know, Ms. Lockwood, about how short that line item in the budget is to cover this?
Well, there was nothing in that line item. We had no assets actually budgeted for the lift station budget. This came out of nowhere that we were going to have to replace it. So it was $51,000 worth of asset that we had not considered in the budget process.
Okay, so when you were saying that there wasn't enough in there to cover it, literally there was just nothing in there to cover it.
Well, nothing that was specifically designated for that line item. He just wanted to try to think that he would come under budget with some of the other items not necessarily having to be bought, but that's still not the best way to do it. That budget was predicated on the items that we did have listed. This was totally not listed, hence coming to council.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Any other questions from council? Okay, Ms. DeVoe, go ahead, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I won't apologize anymore because I'm just a citizen and I have questions. So this part that we need, that's 51,000. Last year, I think we gave the CM, we lowered their amount that they have to come back to council for. And so this is at the 51,000. And I'm just wondering, isn't there websites? Because we just put up a bunch of stuff on auction. I remember this, that we sold a bunch of surplus on auction and to generate some money. And so I'm wondering if that money could be used towards what we need if we sold that stuff. And also, I know this is a lot, but also because a lot of this water pump stuff is also oil field pump stuff. And so I'm wondering if Eric, and I don't want to direct this to Eric Valage, but I'm wondering if Eric has looked on the oil field sites to try to get this part to us for cheaper with actually a warranty, because I think that's what's happening to a lot of the things that happened during the storm. We bought stuff and we haven't even seen that bill, but we might not have gotten warranties on a lot of stuff. And so I want to hope that if we're spending $51,000 on a part, that it has some type of warranty and we got the best price. Thank you.
All right, is that it for the questions from council and from our listening audience? If that's it, I'll entertain the motion. Mr. Weatherly? You're muted, Mr. Weatherly.
I'll be so glad when we get off this virtual stuff. I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 21-07-15-02.
A second.
Who was the second from?
That was me, Kevin.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion about council? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. We come to item number 14. Consider and set schedule for special call meetings regarding fiscal year 2021-2022 budget workshops. Council needs to consider and set the schedule for upcoming budget workshops. Suggested dates are Tuesday and or Wednesday.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. This is for items 14 and 15 are duplicates of items 10 and 11. I do apologize.
Okay, I didn't notice that before.
Started to feel like Groundhog's Day.
Very good. I'm glad to hear that because I'm getting tired. All right, so I guess that includes the stuff that council brings to discussion. The only item that we have left is the presentation by our city attorney of the changes to state laws and new laws adopted during the 87th legislative session.
Mayor Pro Tem, you missed the consent agenda.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Let me go back.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, ma'am.
before you, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but before you go to, so on number 9, when we were talking about everything and it was voted on, and then Miss Sarah Teal, I think was her name, she spoke out. The reason why she did that was because you didn't ask for any citizen comments before you guys voted. So.
Thank you. I didn't notice that. So I'm glad you pointed that out. I don't plan to do this again anytime soon. I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
All right. So, I'm looking for.
It's page 207.
207.
I know it isn't either.
So this was
page 209.
209.
Yeah, I don't have it in my packet here. No, I don't have it. All right, this is concerning the consent agenda. I don't have a description of the consent agenda that I can see.
But you need to read in the all matters listed in our consent agenda. That if you go back up to the agenda, okay.
I found it. Okay, the consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are to be considered routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Number 16, approval of the May 11th, 2021 special called meeting minutes.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. All right, now we come to the very last item. Presentation by City Attorney of the changes to state laws and the new laws adopted during the 87th legislative session. During the 87th legislative session, 6,927 bills were filed, and of them, the Texas legislature passed 1,073. The PowerPoint presentation will explain the bills in each of the 12 categories that will directly affect city government or administration. The presentation will also address the anticipated topics for the upcoming special called sessions. And the lead is Ms. Silvera. Take it away, Ms. Silvera. You're muted.
I am muted. Okay, it is very late. It is very late, although not as late as we've gone sometimes. But what I will tell you is I'm going to highlight, it's approximately 61 of the key bills that I think might be of importance to you out of the 249 that are in TML's complete summary of bills that passed that they felt would impact the city, municipalities. So as you lined out in the kicking this off, we had 6,900 bills. When you consider resolutions that were filed, it was 9,999. And I often wonder, was somebody doing the count to try to see, make sure they had one more resolution in there to make it happen, get right short of that 10,000 mark. But the bills that passed are kind of all over the map. And so let's get into it. I'm going to start with election bills. Some of the key election bills that they passed this session really had to do with election fraud, making it a criminal offense. That is one of the primary topics also for the special session. So we'll touch briefly on that at the very end. House Bill 574 makes it a felony of the second degree if a person knowingly or intentionally makes an effort to count votes. So they're really looking at the counting side of it, or if they refuse to count votes that they know are valid. Senate Bill 1116 makes some posting of election information online. We will be required to post our election information on our website in a place that it takes no more than 2 clicks to get there. So it has to be more readily accessible. House Bill 4555 is regarding candidacy, and it really looks at the candidate being required to provide proof that they are eligible to run for public office. So they have to provide some additional documentation, especially if they have been previously convicted of a felony. Senate Bill 598 focuses on auditable voting systems, and we're in the age of electronic systems. You have to be able to have a recordable document that you can pull up to show what the vote was cast. Senate Bill 1111 makes just changes to the residency requirements for voting, and will have a residual effect on candidacy. What it does is modifies the definition of a residence for purposes of elections, and prohibits persons from establishing a residency intentionally for the purpose of influencing the outcome of a certain election. You can't claim a residence if you haven't inhabited that that residence. So next is property tax bills. So there are 4 that I'm going to touch on. House Bill 988 makes it a Class A misdemeanor for a city official to communicate with the chief appraiser to influence the appraised value of property. This is kind of interesting because I know that we had been in touch with the appraisal district regarding some of the properties that are here in Lago Vista. So it's the elected officials, any city official, whether elected or not, cannot communicate with that chief appraiser if that intent is to affect the appraised value of the property. House Bill 1869 modifies the definition of debt for property tax rate calculation purposes. This actually came up in our discussion regarding some language and proposed changes to the charter. So we're going to need to study this one very closely. It includes it's intended to limit certificates of obligation. It only includes debt that meets certain requirements. For example, that's been approved at an election or is self-supporting debt. We had a lot of discussion about this, and so you'll likely hear about this in more detail when we talk about proposed charter amendments, because previously what was considered debt had been discussed by the courts, and so there may be a slight change in that for purposes that may impact our upcoming discussions. House Bill 2429 is the truth in taxation fix for cities with a population of less than 30,000. What it says is that it's not required to hold a tax rate election for which there are qualified voters may not petition to hold an election. I don't know that this would, it may or may not impact us. I know that the truth in taxation publication portion of requirements are, STAR's already worked on that part of the documentation. It does take effect immediately. So it applies when you don't have qualified voters. When the qualified voters cannot petition to hold an election, and it establishes alternate provisions for notice of the property tax rate when the de minimis rate of the city exceeds the voter approval rate. So we'll touch base on this a little bit more during the budget process. Senate Bill 1438 limits the scope of disaster tax rate calculation provisions from Senate Bill 2. It repeals the existing law relating to the calculation of a tax rate in a disaster area, and it establishes alternate procedures. There's a reference to the 8% tax rate. I don't think that this is going to affect us directly, but we want to make sure we're aware of it if for some reason we need to utilize that language. Next, I'll move on to planning and zoning and development related bills. We're going to start with House Bill 738, which requires cities to use the 2012 or newer versions of certain building codes, and then it allows for cities to adopt local amendments to those. That's a pretty common process. They're bringing the notch up to the 2012 mark. It seems odd that, we'd be talking about a 2012 version of a building code in 2021, almost 2022, but usually you're going to use either one version back or 2 versions back. You would rarely use the newest version of the building code as your applicable requirements, simply because, well, partly because sometimes they have quirks or tweaks in them that need to be made. So most cities are usually at least 1 version behind. Senate Bill 374, 374 says that a city may annex property across a road if a county or TxDOT doesn't object. So if there may be some opportunities for the city to annex property at the request of the property owner when the property owner, there are less than 200 population within that chunk of property. If, for example, 1431, I am not real sure why we'd want to annex the 1431 itself, the roadway, because that then provides some obligations for maintenance of it. So it's something I think a lot of cities will have to consider very carefully on whether they do that. House Bill 1929 provides a waiver of governmental immunity for ETJ agreements. So slowly but surely the legislature is peeling away governmental immunity protections for different types of contracts. And this is the next round of contracts that's subject to that waiver of governmental immunity. So for any ETJ agreement, development agreements now would be subject to, we could be sued and could, for a breach of contract claim, we might have to pay out actual damages. We wouldn't have to pay exemplary damages, but we could be subject to specific performance or injunctive relief could be granted by a court. Senate Bill 1168, it would prohibit us from assessing fines or fees in areas of an ETJ that have been disannexed or that were voted down in an annexation petition process. Senate Bill 1338 is another annexation related bill, and it adds some details to the requirements to the offer and the notice that's included for the landowner when we're developing annexation and development agreements. And this we'll have to look closely at this one because we will likely have some annexation and development agreements coming forward if the developers that are scouting out all of the open land here in Lago actually pull the trigger. Next is House Bill 2404. This has to do with our Chapter 380 agreements. These are your economic development agreements. It requires the comptroller to create a database. It's a transparency related bill. We will have to provide information to the comptroller regarding all of our 380 agreements, so the public will be able to see those, and it'll be clear for everybody in the state. Senate Bill 877 is about third-party building inspections during a disaster. It allows for processes very similar to kind of what we're using now. Now, what it does, though, is it sets criteria for the inspectors themselves, and it prohibits the city from collection of additional inspection fees if those third-party inspectors are used. We use third parties. We have contract inspectors already. We could not change the fee schedule for that just because it's a disaster. So I don't know that this affects us greatly. I think some cities probably only have their in-house people, but maybe during a disaster have to hire a bunch of third parties to do it, or allow other people to hire third parties to do that process. Senate Bill 1090, it provides a minor cleanup to the building materials bill. As you'll notice in the last legislative session, the legislature essentially limited our ability to regulate building materials. This is a cleanup to that bill, and it adds those, it provides some caveats if we are regulating outdoor lighting for the purposes of reducing outdoor pollution. If we have the intent of becoming a certified dark sky community, we can regulate outdoor lighting specifically for that. It also excludes standards for certain plumbing product requirements. So if we have certain plumbing requirements, we can continue to require that. And then it also excludes certain land use restrictions that are contained in plats or other instruments within our city. Next, we'll move on to the public safety bills. There were a lot of very interesting bills. I don't know that I want to say human trafficking is interesting, but certainly a very serious topic. And House Bill 390 imposes requirements for human trafficking awareness and prevention in commercial lodging establishments. We don't have a hotel yet, but I anticipate that very soon we might. And this would allow peace officers to enter the premises of any commercial lodging establishment between certain hours to ensure compliance. House Bill 1927 has to do with unlicensed handgun carry. This is known as the Firearms Carry Act of 2021. It leaves in place the current handgun licensing scheme. It authorizes most Texans over the age of 21 years of age to carry a handgun in a concealed manner or openly in a holster without the requirement to obtain a handgun license. And it modifies some language in the penal code, making it a crime only by those who are younger than 21 or have been convicted of certain crimes from carrying a handgun. Senate Bill 69 creates a duty to intervene. This is your chokehold, anti-chokehold bill. It creates a duty by our law enforcement to stop or intervene or prevent another peace officer from using force against a person suspected of committing an offense, and outright prohibits the use of force that would be considered a chokehold that prevents someone from breathing. House Bill 1069 is your first responders handgun or carry law. It prohibits a city that has a population of 30,000 or less that has not adopted a collective bargaining agreement from adopting or enforcing any ordinance or rule or measure that generally prohibits first responders who hold a license to carry a handgun to do that while they're on duty. So we'll have to look at that. The last one on this is airport police. This bill allows for if there's an airport, if you operate an airport that's served by an air carrier certified by the FAA, it would allow the city to establish an airport police force and commission and employ a peace officer. Our airport's pretty small, so I don't anticipate we're going to need that just yet. I think our law enforcement arm is sufficient at this point, but if we were to grow or if there was some significant need and we could meet these requirements, we could establish that. So there are a couple of emergency management bills that I wanted to mention. One is Senate Bill 6, which limits liability for first responders in cities relating to exposure to the pandemic. I had to sign off on, going to conferences and other events that, so now you're likely to see kind of waivers if you participate in any public events. This would limit our liability as a city relating to exposure to the pandemic for any events, any meetings or events that we hold. Senate Bill 968 provides, is the Public Health Disaster Preparedness Bill. Among other things, this bill requires wellness checks on medically fragile individuals and prohibits issuance of vaccine passports or other standards of documentation to certify an individual's COVID vaccination status. There are a few personnel bills that might be important to the city. House Bill 792 allows for the creation of alternate work schedules for police dispatchers in cities over 10,000 population. We're probably just shy of that, so this won't apply to us just yet, but it won't be long before this applies to us. So our our PD is going to need to be prepared to address this issue, and essentially it puts the power in the dispatcher's hand to adopt alternate work schedules if the majority of the dispatchers are in favor of this alternate work schedule. I thought that was interesting. It was kind of the most empowering bill that I saw as far as employees go. House Bill 1589 is about paid military leave. It's any person who's an officer or employee of a city who is also a member of military forces, a reserve component, or other branch, and if they are, they're entitled to paid administrative leave for each day they're called to active duty, and it also provides additional protections for those folks during their time in service, and they are not subject to a loss of time or efficiency rating, or not required to use personal leave or sick time or vacation. House Bill 2073 is paid quarantine leave for first responders. So we're required to develop and implement a paid quarantine leave policy. We don't have in-house firefighters, but we do have peace officers and if we had emergency medical technicians. Really, this will apply primarily to our police force. And so we'll have to develop that policy. And it applies if for those that are required to isolate or quarantine due to possible or known exposure to COVID or a communicable disease. And we've actually, this may become very important. Our officers are out there daily and exposed to the public. Senate Bill 22 is a workers' comp presumption for first responders. So if we have any of our first responders contract COVID, the presumption is that they did it while under their employment. There are some caveats to it, that it has to be within a certain number of days of when they last worked. But this may impact long term. I expect this might impact insurance. The last one on this page, Senate Bill 1359, also is focused on our law enforcement group, in that each law enforcement agency has to develop and adopt a policy allowing the use of mental health leave by peace officers employed by the city when they experience a traumatic event in the scope of their employment. I think this is really good. Mental health is super important, and those ladies and gentlemen have very stressful jobs. Purchasing bills are next. So there are five that I want to highlight on this page. There were several bills about contracts. Senate Bill 6, House Bill 692 is about public works contracts and retainage. It really sets two different kind of sets of requirements depending on whether you're above or below the $10 million threshold, and sets certain percentages. The real focus of that is on what's considered substantially complete, and when you're allowed to release that retainage. So with any of our big contracts, public works contracts, we'll have to monitor that closely when the contractors are requesting release of that retainage. House Bill 1476 has to do with withholding of disputed amounts. We would basically put us in a place where we have to be very much on top of any disputed amounts. If there's something wrong on an invoice, we have 21 days to report that and notify the vendor. We can't let that lie, so we'll have to be very diligent about reviewing those. I think our from interacting with the folks who are in our accounts receivable, accounts payable, Nicole is I don't think 21 days is going to be a problem for her. She's on it. House Bill 2581 is about civil works projects for governmental entities, including cities of our size, and it requires us to disclose a more detailed methodology for scoring criterion. So we're going to have to make sure any documents that we put out, if we're requesting quotes or issuing RFQs, that we, for a civil works project, that there are certain weighted criteria that you have to use. And so we'll have to make some adjustments for any projects of that type. Senate Bill 13 limits city contracts with companies that boycott energy companies. This, we currently have a limitation on entering to contracts under certain circumstances with other entities. For example, you can't have a contract with a company that boycotts Israel. There were two additions in this legislative session. One is energy companies, and then the other is firearms and ammo industry. I guess it could foreseeably happen, maybe through PD if they're making purchases, but those are two more added to the list. So we'll have to add some notations to all of our contracts. 2116 places limitations on critical infrastructure contracts. It prohibits a city from entering into a contract or some other agreement for critical infrastructure from a company that's held or controlled by companies or persons who are citizens of China, Iran, North Korea, or Russia, or other designated countries. So it really kind of puts a hard stop. It really kind of pushes us to buy American and support U.S.-made companies. So there's kind of a slew of other financial and administrative bills. I thought House Bill 29 was kind of interesting. It allows a political subdivision to provide a temporary secure weapon storage when entering a building or a portion of a building that's used by the political subdivision that's kind of generally open to the public. Basically, we could need to provide lockers for people to store their handguns while they're in City Hall or in the open space over at PD. So that'll be interesting. House Bill 957 is it preempts regulators of firearm silencers. We're not allowed to regulate that sector. House Bill 1118 is the cybersecurity training. I hope each of you have taken it. Anyone who has access to if you have a city email address, you have to take this training. We've already turned in, I believe we got 100% compliance from our staff. Tracy probably got here after the deadline, but she might be the one person who'll have to do it. So there were a couple of animal related bills. One is about dangerous dogs. It states that any order to destroy a dog is stayed for a period of 10 calendar days from the date the order is issued, during which time the dog's owners may file a notice of appeal. So we haven't ever issued any, or at least not during my time here, any dangerous dogs or gone through the process to try to have any dogs destroyed. But this provides a little backstop and allows the owner of the dog to appeal that ruling. The second one, Senate Bill 474, is about unlawful restraint of a dog. It prohibits and creates a criminal offense for the unlawful restraint of a dog, and provides that the prohibition doesn't preempt local regulation relating to the restraint of a dog. So we do have an area where we can regulate with regard to dog restraints. There are some limitations, and that bill, it becomes effective September 1st. House Bill 1925 is your statewide camping ban. We already have a camping prohibition in Lago Vista, so this really isn't that new, but of course this was in direct response to what's happening in the city of Austin. So I thought I would mention it. House Bill 2730 is eminent domain reform. It requires that at least every 2 years that we would evaluate a landowner's Bill of Rights statement and make any changes to that landowner's Bill of Rights. So I'm not aware that we have ever had to use eminent domain here locally, but if we did, a landowner's Bill of Rights is one of the required documents that's part of that process. Senate Bill 157 is another eminent domain reporting bill. Every year historically we had, starting about 5 years ago, we were required to report our eminent domain status. This would exempt cities with a population of less than 25,000 from eminent domain reporting requirements if the city's eminent domain authority information hadn't changed. So that's good. It just makes it one less thing to tick off every year. Senate Bill 149, I thought this one was interesting. It's an unmanned aircraft bill. It does allow us to enjoin another person from using our name. This doesn't look right. My notes don't look right. Unnamed. No, unmanned aircraft. I think I have the wrong notes on this bill, and it's very late. I'm going to move to the next one, but I'll look that up for you. So there were a few bills that affect our municipal court. Municipal court fines and costs. House Bill 80. If the defendant is in foster care or under conservatorship, it really pushes judges. It requires judges. They are prohibited from requiring a defendant to pay fines and costs, but they can require them to perform community service to discharge their fines and costs. So it takes a little bit of the burden off of those who may not be in the best of circumstances as far as where they're living. House Bill 569 is kind of in the same vein. It allows, it sets $150 a day credit amount for any time that a defendant is in jail, as far as credit for service for what they may owe us for any fine-only misdemeanors. That's a pretty high number. I've seen, much lower amounts as far as credit given on a per day basis. House Bill 1693 provides municipal courts access to the responsibility verification program, but it does, if we're going to access that financial responsibility verification program, the cost of that would come out of our municipal treasury. And so we have to look to see whether that's something that we would want to consider budgeting for. There are some, House Bill 3774 has to do with municipal court pleas. Really, it's a judge can't take a plea of nolo contendere or guilty unless they find in open court that the defendant is mentally competent and the plea is free and voluntary. So it's really kind of a protective measure that additional finding would have to happen. House Bill 4293 recognizes that we are in 2021 and allows the criminal defendants in municipal court to receive text message reminders of scheduled court appearances. This is going to be fantastic. I believe we are using this process because people don't read their mail anymore. They just don't. So we have a lot of issues with people not showing up, but they'll read their text messages. They don't even want to read email anymore, I think. That's kind of the latest, is first with the mail, now the email. So I'm going the wrong way, people. Transportation bills, we're round in the corner here. Transportation bills are 4 that I wanted to highlight. House Bill 914 specifically gives us the authority to remove parked or abandoned vehicles if they have been illegally parked or parked legally, but they're for more than 48 hours and we have a reason to believe that they've been abandoned. We can now move that. was a much more difficult process previously when it was on public property. And it authorizes a city employee to do that. So House Bill 1257 is similar in nature. It allows us to remove a manufactured home from our right-of-way if it's been abandoned or if it's blocking or endangering public safety. I don't know that we have that many manufactured homes in our right-of-way because of our hills, but if we did and it blocked the road, we can move it. 1281 might be more relevant to us. It has to do with golf carts. It allows a golf cart to be operated in a master plan community without a golf cart license at license plate on a highway for which the posted speed limit is not more than 35 miles per hour. And if you're not more than 5 miles from from the place where that golf court is typically parked, and for use for transportation to the golf course. So I think it's been a fairly common practice here for golf carts to be used that way. This solidifies the legality of the use of those carts for that purpose. House Bill 1064 is about city-owned vehicle registration. It lessens the burden on us. We're exempt from payment of registration fees for our vehicles, trailers, or semi-trailers for a period of not less than a year and not more than 8 years. So a little bit of cost savings, just a tiny bit. Open government bills. Senate Bill 1255 allows provisions for temporary suspension of the Public Information Act in cases of catastrophe, but it carves out clarifies that this does not mean the period when staff is required to work remotely and can access the responsive information electronically, but the physical office of the governmental body is closed. So it kind of provides some caveats. I think that there had been a long period of time where the Public Information Act responsive documents were not being provided because nobody was in the office. But once everyone had access to what the documents that would be responsive remotely, you can't continue to suspend the Public Information Act. A couple of other positive things came out of that. House Bill 872 has to do with confidentiality of utility information. It basically flips the script and it makes confidentiality the rule and not the exception. Previously, you had to get people to sign off to declare that they wanted to have their personal information in utility records kept confidential. Now they have to specifically request that they not be confidential. Similarly, House Bill 1082 has to do with the confidentiality of elected officials' personal information. So for all of our council members, your personal information, home telephone number, emergency contact, social security number, personal family information is all confidential by law, and that is already, that bill was effective immediately, so it's already in play. Sorry about that. Forgot to move forward. So we're going to round this out with just a few bills that I found kind of curious or peculiar. Maybe this will give you a chuckle before we close out the night. So House Bill 2535 is a property tax appraisal bill. I had to laugh a little bit because it allows you to exclude from the value in determining the market value of your property, the chief appraiser shall analyze the effect on the value and exclude the value of any chicken coops or rabbit pens that are used for non-commercial food production. So your chicken coops and rabbit pens are not going to raise the value of your property, even if you live in Austin. House Bill 2366 has to do with penal offenses, and the curious part of this bill is about saying that when a person commits an offense, if they explode or ignite fireworks with the intent to interfere with the lawful performance of an official duty or law enforcement. That one made me think, like, who lit some firecrackers to distract the cops? Because, these bills have to start somewhere. So someone's lighting fireworks to avoid the law. Senate Bill 281 has to do with hypnotically induced testimony. It does not allow, it provides a statement made during or after a hypnotic session by a person who has undergone investigative hypnosis for the purpose of enhancing their recollection of an event at issue in a criminal investigation is not admissible against the defendant. So don't call your don't go under hypnosis if you want your testimony to be accepted by the courts. The final one is our patriotic bill. I found it interesting that the Senate Bill 4 provides that a governmental entity, including a city, may not enter into an agreement with a professional sports team that requires a financial commitment by the state or any governmental entity unless the agreement includes a written verification that the professional sports team will play the United States anthem at the beginning of each team sporting event held at that home venue. So, we must have the anthem. A team's failure to comply with this written verification or any event constitutes a default of the agreement and immediately subjects the team to a penalty. So I don't know how you penalize the team players, but I guess the owners get penalized if they refuse to make sure somebody plays that anthem before every game. So that rounds out kind of the curiosities that I found from this legislative session. The special session is going on. I thought it was interesting that there have already been 271 House bills filed and 71 Senate bills filed. Nothing has made it 100% through the hopper. The election bill did make it through the Senate and has been engrossed, but some of our Democrats or some of our House members are still away, and so there's a big question as to whether they're going to make anything to the finish line. I feel like I get the impression that our governor is going to keep it going until till they come home. At some point, I think they'll get homesick or hungry for Tex-Mex, and so they'll be back, and maybe they'll round out that special session and stop running up our tax bill. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Happy to send you any information about anything you might have. I know we're getting scary close to midnight. Mayor Pro Tem, I see Ms. DeVoe's hand up, and maybe Councilor Marion's hand. Y'all are both on mute.
You're muted, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. DeVoe, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think your council member, Shalane Marion, needs to go first, and then it needs to be opened up for public comments or discussion. Thank you.
Ms. Marion, did you have your hand up? Because I can't see anybody really.
I was hesitating. Question. Aaron, will you have a copy of this, or can you make a copy of this available? There was some pretty interesting information in here.
Sure.
And I did not log all that to memory.
No, I didn't expect you to, not at this hour. No, I'll be happy to send it out, and I'll have it posted, and then the bigger picture or the bigger legislative update, I'll also include that from TML that has the full 249 that they lay out for you. Yeah, I'll make that available. You bet.
Thank you.
Ms. Silvera, your presentation will be on video also for people that want to listen to it again. All right,
Mr. Bo?
Yes, I can see your hand up. Mr. Vo?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If I can direct this, I also was going to ask, like what Shalane, Miss Marion said about that, because this was a presentation, we don't have it in, like where we can see it. And it is hard when you're going through a YouTube meeting, because I'm weird and I do this, that if we could have this, because there were so many things in there, and one of them at the very end was about the national anthem. You do know that was a advertisement scheme at one point to get that played. So making that is so past, excuse me, but anyway, I won't go there. But everything that you said, is this something that has already happened, or is this something that they're thinking about? Because I'm worried, really worried as a citizen of Texas, that some of this is even being considered. So my eyes were just like, what? But if this is being considered, I would really appreciate that this goes in the actual minutes, maybe, so other people can find them. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, these are all bills that have passed. Now, they're not all necessarily effective. They have different effective dates. There are a wide range of effective dates. Some are effective immediately. Some were effective. Most are effective September of this year. Excuse me. Some are going to be effective in September of 2022, and then some have very random effective dates depending on if they impact an election or something like that. So the summary that I'll post and the presentation that we'll make available can get you those details. And there are definitely going to be some that we're going to need to look at very closely in the next couple weeks.
All right, does anybody have anything left or anything to discuss or ask questions of Ms. Silvera? I don't see any hands. Does anybody have their hands up? No. Okay. Well, I think this marks the end of this meeting. I call this meeting adjourned at 11:26. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, everybody.
Good night, everyone.